and we going nowhere. Nowhere. All the big people. Nowhere. All the roadside hustlers. Nowhere. Tiffy, Uncle Rico.
The big C divide us.
Tiffy, Uncle Rico.
The big C.
It's all in the game.
It's all in the game.
Here, there, and
Here,
everywhere.
there, and everywhere.
The people keep on
The
crying.
people just keep on crying.
It's not fair. And we going nowhere. All the big people. All the roadside hustlers. Tiffy, Uncle Rico.
The big C divide us.
Tiffy, Uncle Rico.
The big C.
It's all in the game.
It's all
Here, there, and everywhere. The people keep on crying. And we all the big people.
My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta whip us some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people who us, the people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people who us, the people lie to us. The government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will not come up. I said we tired with their lies. We tired with their promises that led us to all our damages. We tired with their speech they preach indeed and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. The people fool us, the people lie to us, the government betray us, so much. I said they lie. The people fool us, the people lie to us. My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands.
Rescue mission. King Tucci, peace, freedom is coming. Freedom is coming. I'm all of you. Freedom
In Liberia, November 1944, a public-spirited person was born.
Joseph Nyuma Wakai from Wasanga, Foya District, Lofa County.
He is a role model. He's actually my inspiration.
He's also a perfect example of humility. He's a very humble person.
Through that papi, the help he start giving all from this swamp here. I know that when he get there, he will help me. He will help the nation.
In Liberia, November 1944, a public-spirited person was born.
Joseph Nyuma Wakai from Wasanga, Foya District, Lofa County.
He is a role model. He's actually my inspiration.
He's also a perfect example of humility. He's a very humble person.
Through that papi, the help he start giving all from this swamp here. I know that when he get there, he will help me. He will help the nation.
In Liberia.
My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know y'all sleeping now. Y'all gotta whip up some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people who us, the people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people.
It's all in the game.
It's all in the game.
Here, there, and
Here,
everywhere.
there, and everywhere.
The people keep on
The
crying.
people just keep on crying.
It's not fair. And we going nowhere. All the big people. Nowhere.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of the program, The Class Reloaded. I'm your host, Stephen Johnson. Today is the 10th day of February, the year 2023. It's Friday, the last edition for the week. Hopefully, we're going to have a very interesting conversation. Can everybody please mute? I'm getting feedback, please. Hopefully, we can have a very, very, very interesting conversation. Today, we're expected to be joined later on by Sheikh Ibrahim K. Sako, who will be our guest to talk about his role with WIA, the elections, how WIA got elected, his role, his relationship with WIA, his business connection, how they got the CDC elected. Hopefully, he will join us soon. I just spoke with him. He should be joining us any moment from now. We're looking forward to that. Hope he can join us. I'd like to say welcome to all of our panelists I have today. Daniel Sano, Geraldine Pierre, as always, Pastor Wendell Moore, Larima Yonton, Darlington Collins, Michelle Dupont. I have Jerry Yimpa will join us also too. So we'll have a full house today to conduct the interview. Let me say a big welcome to all of our followers on Facebook, other social media platforms, YouTube as well. Let me say also to our radio stations, Bushra Radio FM 98.1 in Montserrat, Premium FM 98.1 in Bon County, Banga Bon County, Radio Tupa FM 89.1 in Grand Bassa County, Voice of Lofa FM 99.3 in Funjaman City, Lofa County, Radio Joy Africa FM 97.5 in Margibi County, and of course, Voice of Gompa FM 106.5 in Nima County. As we often say, share the show, invite someone to invite someone to invite someone. Let me also recognize our students in class today. I see Clarence, Geraldine, Jesse Preston. I see Nelly Service, Kenny Smith, Lama, Mosu, Siddiqui, Geraldine, Roger, Patricia, Verdier, Roger, Clinion, T. Besa, Kowala, Siddiqui, Joseph, Regina, T. Bassi, Orisa Tue, I see Colindus Achi, Manning Due, Yombly Consistent Son, Foley Johnson, Joseph Morris, Aaron, Lucia, Tobot Crotte, Ngaima Dempster, I see Comfort, I see Elizabeth, Roosevelt, Harris, Samuel, I see Praise, Joseph Nambo, Logan, Christiania, Queen Ambian, Bishop Williams, Tenen Cooper, Adolphus Taylor, Stephen Kamara, James Neal, James Harris, Amos Conley, Marcus Fokpa, Prince Moivi Jacobs, Francis Weah, Cole Moba, Osanto Sambula, James Green Jr., Ngaima, Sumolu, Ibrahim Harris, Ose Kangaba, Sharif, Medu, Chris, Isaac Way, Sidiki Kamara, Jackson Joe, I'm sorry, Destin Bryant, Luke Smith, Augustine, K Praise. K Praise is the guy. Pia, this is hold on, let me find. This is the guy who made the song. That song you were asking about.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the song I played just now with Joseph Walker, picture like a revolutionary song.
Yeah.
Rescue. Yeah, this is the guy who he's based in Nigeria. K Praise is an artist. You can check him out on YouTube. He has some very, very powerful gospel songs. Did a checking out on YouTube. Some very, very, very powerful worship songs. K Praise, thanks. CCFI Freeman, Fu, Moluba, Amos, Squad, Adonis, James, Patience, Samuel Sarabasa, Muyalin Son, Clara, Way, Howard, Kelvin Sherm, Roger, Morris, Momolu, Bele, Kamara, Arin, Sandyman, Impeccable Sandyman, Robert, Saleh Roberts, Rice, Morris, Jonathan, No Vacancy, Emmett Kennedy, and everybody. Kali Mohammed Jemba, Paul Glitter, and everybody. Kindly share the show. We'll be having a very interesting show today. Kindly share the show. Welcome, Jerry. Share the show. Darlington, please check with Sheikh and see whether we can get him on as we begin the conversation. Okay, good. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me say,
if the brother running late, I thought you would have wanted to clear your trending issue for having a messenger waiting for you, or you have one trending issue today, right?
No, we're doing training, but I want him. I know my reason for keeping. I want him to be here.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm married that PI can run away every time. I want you seated. So let me say thanks and welcome to everybody. We'll go around the room. 2 to 3 minutes each.
He's getting himself situated. He will join us in more than 5 minutes.
Perfect.
So then let's try to be sharp with our trending issue.
Yeah, 2 minutes each trending issue. I'll be very meticulous when it comes to the time. I'll be very straight on the time. So we'll start with Darlington, Larama, Jupor, Jerry, Revin, Daniel, and then Pia. So Darlington, your trending thoughts. Let me just also say before you go to our student, let me just say 1 second. Kindly share the show. You know the rules here. We need 1,000 share for today. We have a very special guest coming. We need to impress the guests. I know you guys will not let us down. We're very impressed also by the level of support we've been getting. The data analytics from behind the scene is very impressive. We'd like to say a big thank you to all of our students for a job well done. Let's keep doing it. We can do more. We can do better. Let's keep pushing as we all work towards making JMB Liberia's next president. Dalido, go ahead.
You know, I was following yesterday the Joint Security Committee, the Joint National Security appeared before the Liberian Senate, and I was very appalled by the behavior of the police director. And the Liberian Senate, I fear that they are treading a very dangerous path. They are allowing a precedent in our country where people from the executive will now feel that they can come to the legislature and disrespect lawmakers and will be going tick for tack with lawmakers. What happened yesterday? The legislature they had a perfect opportunity. If Senator Collins, Daniel Collins, were probably on the floor of the Liberian Senate, there will be I would waste no time for us to hold the police director in contempt for misbehavior. When you go to the Senate, when lawmakers are cross-examining you, asking you critical questions, even if you disagree, you can be, it was just so shameful coming out of the national legislature, and we're watching this thing. I mean, Abachi and other people may probably think today, because they come from the ruling establishment, it's something that they can let slide because, Senator Dillon is from the opposition, so you can issue in disrespect and nothing will come, out of it. But you are setting a very bad signal. That place is a house of elders. But the way in which the legs of Abachi and other people, the Senate, Sir Joseph, they conduct business in that place, they are fast diminishing the sacredness of the Liberian Senate. You go to the Senate, you arguing, tick for tack. Even, the guy the new SG, Senator Dillon asking this man specific question. When matters are in court, do you think it's important for the president to interfere? And you find the chairman of the Committee on Judiciary, Councilor Shemo, say, calling Senator Dillon to the side and say, my man, don't ask that question, it appears more personal. I think specifics, legal specifics need to be spoken to. When issues are before the court, the president of the country needs to understand that it is a matter of law, and those issues must be adjudicated, and he cannot be having public opinion, because to do so is to prejudice the case, or to even, put people in fear, people, who might be doing further investigation.
Thank you. Larimer. Thank you, Danilo.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. I want to say thank you to all of our many listeners and my fellow panelists. Yesterday, I had the distinguished honor of attending the JMB Foundation fundraiser. It took place here in Philadelphia. As a matter of fact, that we learned that the foundation now has a 501c3 status, which was, I think, a marvelous step forward. But more importantly, I observed two things. The first thing is that the fundraiser was held on an unusual day, on a Thursday. And given the turnout yesterday, showed that Liberians from all walks of life really do support the effort, whether it's from the charity end or the political end, for the kind of transformation change that JMB has got to lead. But also you have dignitaries from within the city government. You have Councilwoman Blackwell, you have a state senator who have also been championing for the Liberian community. And there was a commitment, coming out of the fundraiser was not just cash contribution from ordinary Liberians, but there was a commitment as far as JMB is the champion for agriculture. I learned yesterday that the state senator has been working with the Liberian community, and there was a law proffered in the state assembly, in the state legislature, that will allow for a cross-pollination of programs and different activities between Liberia and that of the state of Pennsylvania to promote agricultural activities, especially with helping with equipment, agricultural equipment for native farmer cooperatives in Liberia. And I thought that was a boost step, and it led to the success of that. So I thought to register that.
Thank you, Arma. Chupo.
Yes, sorry. Thank you for having me on the platform this evening. So quickly, my friend Izu, the Vice Principal for Administration at the known Kananka Public School in Electoral District number 2 is actually calling on the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia to bring to fruition promises made to them during the by-election in the county. According to him, Vice President Chief Dr. Howard Taylor actually paid a courtesy visit in Bonk and promising people that she was going to extend the only government-run public school in the area to a full-fledged high school. But according to him, up to present time, the Vice President is yet to make into actuality what she actually promised them. And this in few is wrong and has actually, stored the activities of the institution. And he actually quotes on the vice president and says, if things remain the way it is until next academic, he foresees that the institution might not be fully functional as a result of the inability of the vice president to actually fulfill promise she made to them during 2020.
I think we lost.
From five districts, wherein a 5-month-old baby was discovered along the roadside. That's Palala Pai district. This child was discovered in a bush, and no body part was actually extracted. But according to sources, they said this kid was in a bush and there was no one around, not a mother, not a father, and no one was actually around to cater to the welfare. And this child was actually unconscious, and police investigation revealed that there was no foul play on the body so far. That's on the child, but they were actually transferred to Palala Health Center, and they were further transferred to the Phoebe Hospital, that's the Phoebe Maternity Hospital here in Bank. And since they were forwarded, there is no information from them so far. And actually, investigation continues as to who's actually the mother of the child and why was the child lying in the bush. So thank you. That's the 20 news from my tonight.
Thank you, Archibald. Jerry.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi to everyone. Well, let me begin with this police inspector general issue. You know, people overlook it as a simple matter because to threaten an entire Senate, to say the entire Montserrado people came together, elected Senator Dillon. I do not understand what the man meant by national security, because as far as the connotation, denotative or whatever meaning, national security, so it means Dillon is threat to all the issue. Dillon is threat to economic security, Dillon is threat to political security, Dillon is threat to everything. But that is not what interests me more, because a lot of people know exactly what it means by national security. Maybe he just thinks about carrying gun. But this is a peaceful senator. It speaks to the fact that you can threaten the senator, and then, two persons are blamed. I blame the Minister of Justice, and I blame the President pro tem. Because you get your colleague, people who control arms. Recently, the police stayed trying to do jiggy-jagga thing on the issue of the arms that were imported in our country. Then you look at a senator, you have no fear, even in the chambers, and say you are still under scrutiny. What people just think, some people today is that issue to them because at Dillon, the Minister of Justice, who was the chairman of the Joint Security, was sitting there. You threaten somebody. They say, oh, because these are things that happen in 2020. You still keeping the Israeli men a threat to national security? What Patrick Sulu is thinking about? Patrick Sulu, there are so many things we're hearing about you. The real threat to national security is not Dillon. The real threat to national security that the government is a reckless corruption. If the president can sit down and say, if anybody walk in the street, insult me, they will not walk in the street freely. There are so many things that national security. If citizens cannot afford to eat on a daily basis, if there's no rice in the country, you see citizens coming up to say, oh, we protesting and going all in the street. These are things. If parents cannot afford to pay their kids' school fees, these are issues that are real threat to national security, not Dillon. The level of poverty in our country, these are issues. Dillon cannot be threat to national security. But it's very important. The Minister of Justice should be able to come up and clarify some of these things. What do they mean by Delon is a threat to national security? Because Delon is not doing anything. Delon is a democratic person. But to continue to put the man on a microscope here in family, they've been telling them. They've been doing all kinds of things. We are going to elections. We are not keeping our eyes off these people. Patrick Suru being accused on several occasions for armed robbery, sponsorship, and all of that. You can't be police inspector general, then you sponsoring these things. So the real threat to national security is the reckless corruption and all the things that are affecting our citizens in the country that they need to address, for which we need to replace them with Joseph Yuma Bwaka and not Darrell Delon. But the Minister of Justice cannot sit there and allow Patrick Suru to continue to do nonsense and do recklessness by going after people where you say doing blood and sweat to go after. What is the issue? If you can allow Jefferson Koji to carry students to go carry thoughts and go and attack peaceful students, these are the issues. These are threats to national security. It can't be Delon. It cannot be Delon. So there are several issues. They themselves are aware. So I mean, I will stop here for now.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. Pastor Mo.
Thank you, thank you. I want to thank God for today. I want to thank God for each and every one of us. Today is another weekend, and we're here again to talk on trending issues that is unfolding in our nation. But I would just give two trending issues that claim my attention from Liberia. That have to do. My first issue have to do with the former vice president interview by way of the VOA. And I think his interview was great. I think that he did a great job with the interview when he was asked if there is room for him to collaborate with other parties. He admitted, yes, there is room and all hands must come on board. It does not matter who you are. He said, Honorable, President, still remain the target to unseat during a presidential elections. And he was asked about the CPP. He said, yes. I mean, the hands are open to collaborations. So it does not matter who you are. He is saying to us, Liberians, no matter the political party you are, George Weah remains the number one enemy that continue to destroy our nation. And I think that was powerful. Also, yesterday, somebody sent to me this Senate hearing with the police director and the justice minister. And I was shocked. I was broken and I was disturbed. Me serving in the Liberia National Police Force for 23 years, all we knew is discipline and courtesy. To see how Inspector General of Police Patrick Suri portray himself, his body language, it tells you that Liberia stands for trouble. And they will sit back and watch the trouble and will come in later. Because if you say somebody is a security threat, they shouldn't be walking around. Do we understand the meaning of a security threat? And I think the Senate are spineless. I think they are toothless. I think those that are going for re-elections, many of them don't need to be re-elected. They don't deserve the trust of the people. And I say to the people, you vote wisely. Because for Liberia to be better, it is not only the president, it is those who are the lawmakers. They need to be changed. We need to sack them and hire new people that will be able to govern the state and question people who are in authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor Mo. Daniel.
Thank you. Let me say good afternoon and good morning to everybody. I strongly do not believe that the comments made by the director of police yesterday deserve any further attention from the public, because To a greater extent, Patrice Sulu has proven to be very incompetent. And when you look at the LMP on the leadership of Patrice Sulu, I mean, it just speaks to the kind of person he is. So for me, I think Senator Delon and the Liberian Senate needs to go further to invite Mr. Sulu to explicitly state what amounts to national security threat, because you cannot consider a senator to be a national security threat and he's free roaming about, going about his normal duty. You need to spell out the potential threat that the presence of Senator Delon poses to national security. You can't just make sweeping statement as a security practitioner without providing any further justification or explanation to the public. I think that was very unfortunate. And the chairman on the Committee on Defense and Intelligence, he didn't do well in bringing the Inspector General of Police to book. I mean, I saw the video. There was some intervention, but I don't think the intervention was strong enough to put the Director of Police on track. So I think they need to go back in their closet to encourage the Director of Police to provide further information, because this thing is about the security of Senator Delon. He's a senator of Montserrat County elected by the people. When the Director of Police in a ruthless government like the CDC declare you a national security threat, is nothing to joke with. So that being said, I'd like to throw light on what happened today at the University of Liberia campus. You know, we saw a video circulating on social media.
You want me to play the video?
Yes, just play the video.
Okay. So this is a video with Serena Cephas had gone to the University of Liberia campus to, I don't know, do what there, and university student met him and engaged him. So it's the video. Let me just play the video.
Yeah, I mean, Shaq is on my phone yet. Can you hear him?
No, but like Shaq click the link I saying.
Yeah, but he's trying the link. Is not opening. He said the link is not opening. We try.
Just resend it.
So
let's even try again.
You want me to send it? You want me to send it to your email?
No, There's a link that I sent you. That was the same kind of link Costa sent me, and I went it without any other procedure. I just
Yeah,
put my
so
name
if you
and
just
put it in the
if you
back,
just
went
click
back.
on the link I sent you, you should be able to come on.
Yeah, but saying that you is WhatsApp, Stephen.
I did. I sent it through WhatsApp. So let me send it again.
Oh, you could send it through his email.
I send you the kind of link. I send you the way Costa sent me the link by the stream, yeah, and I went through easily. But this other particular one I can't be able to go through.
So how do you where you send me at, on Facebook or on WhatsApp?
On WhatsApp, the one you sent me on WhatsApp.
Yeah, because the same link everybody click on. Let me see what I can resend it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, Darlington, hold on. I'm sending the link right in the chat room. You can send it to him from right in the chat room. Let me copy this link. Darlington, hold on just a second.
Send it to my number or Sonny.
So I put it in the chat room. If you see there, let me send it to your number by text.
Yeah, please. So let me send it by text to see how it will work.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
This will send it by text. Yeah.
But the easier way to this thing is your email. You can't ask an email. Send it into an email. Click on it. We just open and take it straight away. Sort of thing.
Sure. He asking the man for his login details, and you know a lot of people sometimes don't remember their. Right.
A Facebook login detail.
Stephen, can we proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that was what happened to the once all-powerful Sereno Cephas today when he went on the University of Liberia campus. You know, when Sereno Cephas served as Solicitor General of the country, he was so powerful to the extent that he bragged so much on the radio of being the most powerful man in the country, that he could subdue anybody. And there were several persons who were frequently called on the radio stations and remind Sereno Cephas about the story of Jenkins Scout. That Jenkins Scout, the once powerful Justice Minister of Liberia, ironically died on the dump site. Today, with just a few years into history, Sereno Cephas, the former Solicitor General, the man who used to move around with loud siren on his car, is being booed and chased out of the University of Liberia campus. I mean, this is a practical lessons for everybody, that an ascendancy to political power is not the end to everything. If somebody had told me a year ago that Sereno Cephas will be booed out and chased out of the University of Liberia campus, I wouldn't have believed it. Yeah, it's Sereno Cephas today. Like a common criminal being chased out of the University of Liberia campus. I mean, this is embarrassing. And people who fail to learn from the lessons of history are bound to repeat it. That is the reason why Sereno Cephas and others have come to the kind of terrible pass. You know, I just thought to highlight it. It can be a lesson for people like Koji, George Weah. They have to learn that this country belongs to everybody. And the people who are the victims of corruption by governance will never say supinely and watch you move freely when you leave power. They will go after you. The masses have the way of venting out their own anger. Today is a victory for the masses. They chased Sereno Cephas out of the University of Liberia campus. Shamelessly, he left the campus. I hope our other friends in government can see and learn from the lessons of Sereno Cephas. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, somebody said he was chased like a wet dog, being chased by a roaring lion.
With a tail between your legs.
Yeah. But you know, this is happening at a time when 2 weeks ago, Dwight Howard Taylor was exposed to similar action. Remember when Dwight Howard Taylor went
McGill was the first person.
Yeah, it was McGill. Now Dwight Howard Taylor There's Cephas. This is a good trend, and I think it's good for
And
our country.
there's-
It's good.
Stephen, just before you proceed, there's a place where the president boasts of free tuition. So that speaks to the anger of the university students.
Exactly. But let me go to Pia. Pia, your training issues. Janito, if we can get him to enter the studio, we'll just use your phone to talk to him.
I wouldn't want to dwell on the other issues that the folks have spoken about. I have an opinion on Patrice Sulu, but I will leave it.
All right. Stephen, let use my phone here. He said because of time, he really having some issues.
Okay, so let your 3 minutes, let Pia finish, then we'll start.
All right.
So whatever opinion
Okay.
I have on our Patrice Sulu issue, I will do that at the end of the program. It will be my closing. But two things made me to laugh to my stomach between yesterday and today. And I mean, I really laughed. The first one was a video that someone has sent. It's a short, very short video from one media outlet, and I can call the name Spoon. In that short video, Baron Brown asked just one simple question to the Freetown guy who was on that show. He says, say to me just one investment, one single investment that this government was able to bring to this country. And this guy who Muff can be running all everywhere, remember 10 left and right? He couldn't need any investment. He ran to Western Cluster, that old stuff. Then from there he jumped to ArcelorMittal. I don't know when ArcelorMittal became a new investment that was brought in by WIA. And the rest of the panel were to him, they were just laughing because it was so funny. And this guy said, oh, you're reducing the show to Moko now. If you do, I will leave. And the lead host said, man, you are liberty to leave. My man, for the little Bobby, I didn't know show, my man. I laughed until my stomach was hurting me. This boy ran away from his own show.
The boy ran away from his own show.
And then the second one now was for me to have seen where Pastor Mo sent me that C4 thing. I watched that thing, I was laughing until I fell on the ground. Stephen said C4 ran a wet dog. If anybody had made the just be crossing the pavement, C4 was going to kill him.
Yeah.
He was looking for his life. Those two things really made me laugh and you stress me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one question for you. Yeah. Why your man Sifa go do on campus? He teaching you that or what? Or you want to go do what?
You see the man driving sports fans. Why don't you go blog or you go look for a woman and they're chasing you out? let me just, since Shaq is already on, let me just talk about the final one. Because for me it was very important. I'm surprised that nobody else spoke about it. You know, during the wartime, all the national security apparatus, their personnel, were now recognized and respected as national security agents. People call them names. For those of you who were around, they used to call the police people Do Police. And they used to call the army people Do Soya. And everywhere the invading forces saw them, even civilians, they were running after them and they had to be hiding. The reason why that happened is because rather than being national security personnel, they decided to be security personnel to individuals. They were not serving the state. And you would think that people learn a lesson from that, but I'm very disappointed that those same things are repeating today. This young man goes to the capital for a genuine cause. You put up placard. You say for the president, Anwar Mercy. Anwar Mercy finished. Placard should not be there. You can't put a placard there. This young man believed that all these things were violating the elections law of Liberia. He went there to bring it down. One man, he didn't get gone, he didn't get nothing. One single man. In the way the security people assigned with the speaker and the pro-tem thought to handle this man, is to drag a whole human being on the high ground, the capital ground, that quota. Drag the man from the point of those billboards until the point outside the fence. Hey God. How you can be that wicked? Nobody in the national security apparatus should treat any human being like that. The fact that man was alone, no gun, nothing. You could just ask him, say, young man, let's walk away. And I'm sure you walk away. You drag a human being like that on the ground? So most of the guys in our security arena are killers. The only reason why we didn't see them doing much of these things during Ellington is because we had a president who would not tolerate that. We have a leadership now in the country that tolerates gangsterism. So everybody in the national security infrastructure behaving like rebels. One single human being. You dragging a man on the ground from the Capitol because he's taking down illegal billboards that you put up, violating the campaign, the election law. But I can say one thing to look at people. You think you're achieving now. Like the way the other people who were doing police or those who were hiding under the bed, your time will come one day and you got nowhere to hide. That's all I can say to you. You keep treating human beings like animals. One day, yourself will be running for your lives like a beheaded chicken. That's all I can say. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Pierre. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, everybody listening to us via radio and following on social media, we have with us joining via phone, Mr. Sheikh Ibrahim K. Sako, our guest. Welcome, Sheikh.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. How you all doing? I want to say it was a great day.
Steven, is it possible when you call Darrington, let Darrington put you on the speakerphone?
Yeah, instead of FaceTime, like
Yeah,
He's sounding low.
Check number, right?
Yeah, he's sounding very low. So let him call you.
Call him direct.
Yeah.
Then,
all right.
Yeah. So yeah, let's just give Darlington a second to call Sheikh direct. We'll get him to our phone. He's having difficulties logging onto the stream here. I don't know what's happening with the system. We send him a link.
Yeah, he's on.
We obviously we got to send him the link. So he's having difficulty clicking the link and logging on.
He's on, Stevie.
Okay, so good.
He's on. Can you hear him?
Thank you very much, Steven. It's a pleasure to be on your platform.
Yeah, it's a pleasure too to have you join us. Welcome, and how are things?
Well, alhamdulillah, things are moving. I mean, I firstly want to say sorry for the late appearance on your show. You know, I had to drive firstly to make sure that I close up my 11 hours so I can be on my 10-hour break before joining you guys. And I've been finding a little difficulty joining the show throughout the stream. Yeah, you said me, but I think at the end of the day, the voice is what important, not the pictures, you know, or the video, you know, and the information out there. But I'm happy to be here, even though I'm late.
Thank you. Yeah, you just read in time when we completed our training issue. So, Sheikh, I'll begin the conversation. Drill us through who Sheikh is and how did you get to meet Mr. Weah, your relationship and all of that. Just quickly walk us through who are you, how did you get to meet George Weah, who is now president, the whole relationship.
All right, thank you very much, Steven. Before I dive into that, I just wanted to share one or two things on your platform. Because before I got on, you guys were talking about Senator Weah's, Senator DeLong advocacy. You know, there's a story that probably Senator DeLong himself has forgotten, right? I just want to share that little thing with you guys on the platform, but it's a little bit jovial, though. So, you know, we were all in Ghana, and then we grew up there, and then Senator DeLong was a big brother. And then somewhere in the 90s, you had the ECOMOS soldiers from Sierra Leone. They used to have a checkpoint at Banana Junction. And you know, Senator DeLong had been advocacy. He was being diplomatic, but certain time he would be forceful. And sometimes his force actually worked. So this was the time these guys closed the checkpoint, you know, at Banana Junction. So when you're driving, almost like you're driving like a Grand Prix driving test, you will have to go slowly. So everybody started getting tired. So one time Senator DeLong came out from the car. He went to the Sierra Leone Army, the ECOMOS guy. He said, gentlemen, he said, this thing is causing what difficulty. You guys need to probably do the thing here 6 feet. So the Sierra guys still refused to do it. Gentlemen, guess what? One time Senator DeLong came, the man up to the checkpoint. Wow. Senator DeLong parked his car. After he was driving a Subaru, he jumped in a swamp. He started running. So the ECOMOS guys came, they said, they went to medical leader. The community leader said, look, listen.
we came to you guys, we told you that this checkpoint was very close and everybody was facing difficulty. They said, okay, we are here. For that day, the men even extended the checkpoint, the cones of the checkpoint to 10 feet, 10 feet. So just to speak about this, maybe he had forgotten, but just to share it with you guys, you know. But anyway, let's get back to the show. Yeah. You know, Stephen, we've been growing up. My father person grew up with a single mother, firstly. And then later on, my dad got involved with my life. And my whole life has been business. Going to school, I was in school at the same time going to business. I mean, some of my friends could attest. You know, we sold Grumpy for our moms. They used to come from Guinea. We take the Grumpy bed. I started my high school, my junior high school at Jimmy Jolokon. From Jolokon, I would leave from school. I go take Grumpy bed from my mother's warehouse in Red Light. I would go to the market. I sell it by cup. I make profit. You know, through that, I was earning at least some little money to pay my own school fees while living with my mom, because I saw that my mom was going through a lot to send us to school, to feed us and take care of us. So I was like, Mom, since you always bring the Grumpy, Benessy and stuff from Guinea, anytime I come from school, I would like come to you, you know, pick up some of the bags, go and sell it back up, you know, in Red Light or supermarket. You know, so that's how we've been living. Until somewhere in 1997, my dad came from Angola, and then he got into the diamond field. But then I decided to move over to the College of West Africa, you know, to continue my high school. And then my dad said, okay, come on, you forget about that business with your mom. Now I'm here. Let me, you know, integrate you into something better where tomorrow it will benefit you. That's when I got into the diamond field. I used to come from, when I leave C-Levy at 2:30, I would come to my dad's office on Broad Street, you know, helping out in the office. He would nurture me and roll me through, you know, say, look, you got to go around the offices and see whether you got people who want diamonds. I will pass around the goldsmith shops. You know, at the time you have Fatan, a Goldfinger, you have Sei Malik, you know, the Senegalese counselor, you have Sek Jewelry, and then you have my boy too, who is on 15th Street City. You know, I'll pass around, you know, get gold for my dad, go and sell to them for, you know, just growing up into the business. Until my dad got sick, you know, and then he said, you know what, I nurture you already, now you graduated from high school. You know, but before I graduated from high school, life was okay with us. We're actually moving fine. And then I decided to venture into my own business. I mean, it became very great. It became good. Later on, the World War I, World War II, it became, a company business now. We got involved into selling mobile phones, going buying generators, going buying vehicles in Guinea, coming back and selling. You know, and I decided to, you know what, let me just focus a little bit on my professional career. I tried to go out there in Asia to play football. You know, I had a couple of injuries. I mean, it didn't work. So I decided to come back. I said, you know what, let me come back to Ghana. I came back to Ghana somewhere around 2007, 2008. And I said, you know what, let me go back to the field of diamond. I came to Sierra Leone, you know, maneuver my way through, got in closer with partners. I started working there. Things became very fun for me in Sierra Leone. In fact, Sierra Leone became my second home. I know I used to come over to Liberia, you know, do one or two things, go back with my family, you know. And I had a whole family. In fact, for that matter, my first wife was in Sierra Leone, and life was okay. So at a certain point, I decided to move to Liberia. I said, you know what, no matter the case, my country is my country. I need to go back, see how best I can establish business there, you know, and grow it up. That was when I came to Liberia. When I came to Liberia, things actually went back after the Ebola. So then I didn't decide to go back again to Sierra Leone, you know. Went back to Sierra Leone, got engaged into businesses, became okay for me. I had some good partners. By the time I had, you know, right now, see what, you know, I've not been a political person. So when I moved over to Liberia, George Weah then had his campaign. And then he made some arrangement to see what breeze that he needed to get me involved. And that's how George Weah and I got more closer. Apart from the time we just used to meet as friends, sometimes he, you know, like send Seward to me, look, I need this, I need Sheikh to help me with this. And I do it. And then later on, I just got more closer to him. I mean, after he asked me for, you know, my assistant during the 2017 elections. So that's how we even became more close. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I understand. So what happened during the 2017 election? What was the what kind of activities you and him, you know, were engaged with? What were the interaction 2017 coming forward?
Well, Stevie, most importantly, you know, like I said, I'm not on the platform or speaking today to gain any political point or to say anything much against George Weah. I'm just trying to come out right now because, you know, I need to relive the deliberation of President Weah doing his inaugural speech. He said Liberians will not be spectators in their economy. But I want to caution us in that he met Liberians that were not even spectators. They were large commissioners in the economy of the country. And he used those large commissioners, which happened to be me. I mean, I empower him and did everything possible to, you know, get into the presidency. But instead, when he got out there, instead of even me making me a spectator, he ended up kicking me out of the field. You know, we got very close when he asked for few assistance of me buying him a vehicle, as I explained on the Costa show. You know, if you got the photo over there, I just want you to, you know, put it on the screen for people to see.
Yeah, I posted the silver vehicle.
The silver vehicle, all right. That was the first assistant President we asked for me, you know, and I never hesitated. As I said on the Costa show, I invested the money into it. The vehicle came. And then he said, when I in black color, I think you can even display the...
Yeah, I see the black color.
And I mean, the vehicle was sprayed. I paid for it at Savo Garage. There's a guy called Fox who did that work. And I even paid $3,000 for it. And that was how President Weah started getting more, you know, eager. He started advancing more to get me involved into his campaign. And then, as we
you mean you paid $3,000 for the spraying, right? For the spraying.
Just for the spraying.
Yeah.
$1,000 for that car. It was full option. As we speak, he still got that car with him. It has a license plate. Team 2000. He put his son name on it as we speak. That vehicle is still with him, you know. So we went through that, and then when I came to Monrovia, that was how President Weah started, you know, getting me involved into his campaign. And where you can see that I played a very important role, it was his visit to the European Union Parliament. And during the time of campaign, if I wasn't that important, President Weah wouldn't have carried me into such a kind of important program to go to the European Union Parliament meeting. And if you can have a picture displayed over there, you will see President Weah, you will see Chokon Kui, and you see Usman Bamba, and you also see the president of the European Union Parliament. So we went there, and I mean, there was some frustrating moment for President Weah. And then he kept, you know, involving me into it more and more. But before then, I decided to personally help President Weah. The fact that he said, my Peking, you got to get on board, you got to help me. And I never hesitated, like I said. I did everything possible, Steven, to help a big brother. You know, people in the CDC government can admit, you know, and everybody can admit, I did everything possible I could do. You know, brought in the necessary logistic, helicopters, you know, the Palo pickup. I think if you got that pickup over there, you can display it. There was a blue pickup that President Weah used to use as his lead pickup. That was a pickup I just bought for my mining company from Prestige Motor. But guess what? That pickup was damaged by them. As we speak today, that pickup is parked right at Prestige Motor. Anybody can go there right to Vata and go into something. You will see that pickup parked there just because they damaged it for $6,000. But the president is in power today to have that pickup fixed and say, look, check, we damaged this pickup through the campaign process. This is it. So, I mean, I've just come out here to say, I don't know what I have done to President Weah so much to deserve this. I was a young man, you know, growing up, being there for everybody, doing very fine. But assisting him had led me into so much trouble. And I mean, I'm just confused. And I think this is the time to speak out. And I will give people the reason why I'm speaking out.
Thank you, Sheikh. I also see that you were able to bring in some helicopters through your connection for the 2017 campaign. I'm displaying here a picture. I see McGill, I see you, I see Jefferson Koji and another person at the James Spriggs Elfie.
Well, in fact, that's just one of the helicopters that were used during the campaign. During the official launch of CDC campaign, when Weah and I concluded the deal with my partners in France to support him for the campaign through me, where I guaranteed whatsoever fundings that was sent to support him during the campaign process that should have been paid back, you know, and we had the first helicopter that came. There's a white one over there.
We used it on the official launching of the campaign. And if you can see on August 9th, there was a helicopter flying all over Monrovia.
Yeah, I remember seeing that helicopter.
Yeah, that helicopter came through my instrumentality. And then after the official launching, that helicopter went back. And then we also then brought in a fixed wing plane that was back at the RIA that we could use in jungles and other places, you know, to have things running effectively. And then the helicopter you see over there, we had it at the Jinx Springs P Airport that we used for almost approximately about a month to 2 months. And then you can see Mr. Magay, the former Minister Magay is there, the Mayor Koji is there. And then we had Mr. Rana Kopot, who ran all who control everything because he had vast idea working with the UN helicopters. So he was the one we put in charge to take care of all of those helicopters. So those are all evidence of my effort during the 2017 election. But as I speak to you, I don't know why today President Weah has created a lot of problems for me and my family and a lot of people that believe in me that have been empowering.
All right, I will now open the floor to our panelists to ask questions. I'll begin with Pia. Pia will ask question. Daniel will go. Pastor Mo.
Man, what are you doing here?
I can't sell.
You selling? What are you selling?
I'm selling trousers.
I see your car. I see this car in your hand.
Yeah, very, very much disappointed in the whole party and our president also. For the movement, I'm no.
Hello? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. This thing is kind of tripping.
I think you talked wrong.
Yeah. Pia, you can go ahead with your question. Let me remove this.
Sheikh, how are you?
I'm doing good, Pia. How you doing, my big brother?
Yes, I'm okay. So first of all, let me say from all the pictorial evidences that we have seen, there is no doubt that you were in the inner circle of Mr. Weah in a period leading up to the elections that brought him to power. Not many of the people today who are in very top places were in close proximity as I see you were. So from that kind of background, I'm sitting here thinking, listening to you explaining, how is it possible that somebody who was deep in the inner circle, not just as a follower, but someone who was helping to finance the campaign? The only time we saw a helicopter flying around Liberia in campaign was in 2005. I think it was EJS and her team, and that helicopter was just basically, I think, dropping paraphernalia of.
What's the due missing?
Okay, due dropping paraphernalia, but so during this period, we know how CDC are always struggled, they ain't got money, but now they were just displaying things. We see 2 helicopters coming, you're buying car, you're doing, and all of a sudden we are where we are. Can you do an inner reflection and determine whether there is something that you must have done to Weah unconsciously? Because how is it possible for the blue sky, this man, you have so much, we just turn against you, not just turning against you, but he almost reduced you to nothing. Is that something that you must have unconsciously done? Or like people normally say, we are listening to gossip? Do you think someone must have said something to him about you that got no bearing of truth? He didn't hear your side, and he just took it against you that brought the both of you this far? Why do you think it went wrong for your own assessment of the whole situation? Because you're a security guy, you work with the NSA after all of those things, so you have some security inclination. What have you found out? What happened? That a fun relationship in which you invested millions could just end up why it is. What do you think happened, Shay?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Unless me, there are hundreds of people that can explain how President Weah has, extended a high level of ingratitude to them apart from the elections. There were a couple of friends, other individuals, when they saw me publicly with President Weah and they knew that I was playing the very, substantive role in the campaign. They spoke to me. They said, Sheikh, listen to me. That guy, he's naturally a very ungrateful person. Don't be surprised. But I'm a kind of person, I don't believe in you say this, say I say, I believe in an experience. And I mean, the fact that I was advanced by a lot of people and I did not take it into consideration. And I feel so bad and I feel so ashamed that President Weah indeed proved them right. I mean, just to get more into your question, I always sit and I ask a question. That was the reason I kept with President Weah's government in the national security sector, where I served as covert, but I became overt, doing his regime because I wanted to see and I wanted to play a role to see how best his government could succeed. But when I came to the realization that the fact that Weah had gone behind me after the first round, trying to double cross me, which these were some of the same advice that I've received from friends, that he's very good at double crossing you. And then he forgot that some relationship people build, those are not relationships that you just penetrate so easily. And that was the relationship with my partners. They bankrolled millions of dollars with me and their monies were well taken care of. So I believe that during the second round, President Weah feel that his proximity to power was an inch. So he did not need me at that period, but rather trying to use his proximity to power to call my partners over in Marrakesh to negotiate an additional $3 million with them for the second round. And the fact that my partners believed in me and I guaranteed the first $2 million that they sent, or the first $2 million that they spent, because all the $2 million did not come, they sent $1.6 million. They spent $200,000 for other things, and they spent $300,000 for the rest of the things. So they spent a total of $2 million. So I believe because that did not work, because the partner had called me to verify if I was aware that President Weah has requested for another $3 million, and he was in Marrakesh in a meeting. And the call just came from the accountant in Paris, Aurela. She called me. She was like, Sheikh, are you aware that I'm supposed to be sending you $3 million? And then Weah is in a meeting with Andre and then Nicola and the Jean-Louis in the Marrakesh. I said, no, I'm not aware. But then I was even shocked. So I believe that because the double crossing did not work and it created some level of, distrust between he and the partners, and the partners felt like, there was something wrong and they did not give him the money. And the next thing was when Weah came back, he pretended to say like, everything was okay. He had sent an apology to me, but I think he had an ulterior motive that when he acceded to the presidency, he was going to, retaliate. And nothing strange. When I got to realize it, I then decided to, take some precautionary measures, because often said that no man dresses faster than a man who was caught cheating. So I believe, unless if there's any other thing that President Weah has to say that I did to him, but trust me, between you and I, there's a God that I said. There are a lot of thousands of citizens that can attest to it. And I can say on this platform, I did not do anything to President Weah than being a principle-minded person, wherein you don't go back to my partners, try to negotiate money from them when I'm not there to guarantee it, knowing that I'm the one that guaranteed the first one. So I believe, that's the reason why President Weah has been so ungrateful in as far as going to not liquidating his obligation, as far as going to my personal life, as far as doing a lot of things. I want to believe that's what I believe. But apart from that, like how he goes out to people trying to justify, telling people like, oh, man, he's on my money. That sounds very ridiculous, I can say, because you can't be out there saying that I prepare the cake, I make the cake, bake the cake, then I see the cake. It doesn't make sense. So I believe definitely that because the double crossing did not work, that is why President Weah decided to extend and forget
about even the personal assistance that I gave him and the commitment that I made in contributing to his presidency.
Thank you. Daniel.
Thank you, Sheikh. I do empathize with you. As a young person, I know what it takes to invest a whole lot in terms of your time, your energy, your resources in supporting somebody for the presidency of your country, and only for the person to ascend to the presidency and then turn out to be your worst enemy ever. I do empathize with you, and I mean, premising my point on where Pierre stopped, I think it is not clear that there's a correlation from your giving your answer to the question that what went wrong. So what people who have dealt with Mr. Weah before, what they have said about him, that he's a guy who doesn't forgive when it comes to two things: his woman business and his money business. So on this front, I tend to agree with you that this relationship went sour because the double crossing didn't work, and that he's tempted to believe that what you received, you didn't give all to him. This clearly proved the kind of person he is, because you're not just the only person saying it. There are thousands of people who are there with Mr. Weah. They said the president does not joke when it comes to two things: his own business and money business. And when money business is involved, he goes personal with people. But my own question to you here is that in all of the endeavor that you personally financed during the 2017 election to land Mr. Weah to the presidency, what expectation did you hold of the Weah presidency, for which you invested so much time, energy, your political and financial connections? You lended him all your support to make him president. What were your expectations?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, like I said, I was fully established before even coming to the assist President Weah. I was capacitated in a way that I extended my level of capacity to, empowering other people before President Weah's aspiration for the presidency. So that speaks to say that I did not depend on any of President Weah's opportunity to better my life. All I wanted to see him was to succeed, create the business necessary for the Liberian people, create a peaceful country, institute the rule of law, make sure that he fights corruption, and create the best atmosphere where we could bring in our partners to invest billions of dollars within the private sector that would have absorbed the huge unemployment rate. So there was nothing personal that I wanted to benefit from President Weah than seeing those great things happen for a better Liberia. Now we just want to expand this a little bit. My partners were not coming for government contracts. My partners had huge investments in billions and billions. We're in the problem Liberia faces today, where the huge unemployment, government alone cannot absorb the 1 million people that deserve to have a job today. It is within the private sector. So just to speak to your issue, I had no personal, expectation, Weah is going to give me an opportunity to make money. Weah is going to make me to live a better life. All I wanted was Weah to create those playing field to make Liberian better, where we could bring in investors. For example, my partners are putting the money. These were the things we are already been, working on before the election. So what are they being? Weah was going to be president, or Ambassador Bwaka was going to be president, or Mr. Cummings was going to be president. Those things we plan to do, we were definitely going to do it. We first wanted to invest within the diamond sector, wherein we wanted to use Liberia as the hub for the exportation of polished diamonds. We had a $100 million project where we were going to work that project out with the Ministry of Lands and Mines. The partners were bringing in their own money. They
they were going to set up a cut and polish factory at the Ministry of Lands and Mines that was going to be GIA satisfied. Now, as we speak, the Liberian government exports diamonds at 3% royalty. But instead, we were going to employ Liberians, create jobs for them, send them over to the US or whatsoever, train them as gemologists, and we were going to export the diamonds at 8%. That was going to be an increment of 5% in revenue. We then also had another project of $19 billion that was connecting Liberia and the rest of the West African country by the train transportation system. We can attest to it. Here now we flew to Paris, only the both of us. We got to Monaco. Monaco, we went to Saint-Tropez, where I presented that particular project of $19 billion to Mr. Andre Boukarev on his yacht. If Procon can attest to it and be very truthful. He and I went on that trip. So these were things that my partners was trying, or what we already had in plan or in stock to do for the Liberian people. The next thing was we were planning to invest more into the Class A mining, where we had an $11 million project to open up the Kunga Forest, where we were going to employ people, we were going to base schools and do a lot of things. So just to conclude about your question, we had no anticipation of the personal benefit from President Weah's presidency. All we wanted to do is to create a safe place for us to invest our money and empower the Liberian people. But all of a sudden, unfortunately, he decided to extend his personal ego, and he's just into something and bending it out. Now making me not just start me to affect me, but also affecting the Liberian people. Look at Liberia today. How many investors has come in? Don't forget, the billionaires in the world, they are interconnected. If you think you're going to mess with one, you're messing with a lot of them. These are some of the reasons today we are not being able to get any serious man million. I would have at least minimized the high level of unemployment rate. So I think President Weah should be held responsible. And I think he made a great mistake. He was not just affecting Sheikh because he tried to double cross me, but he was also affecting the Liberian people. And he should be held responsible for that.
Thank you. Pastor Mo.
Thank you. Sheikh, how are you? It's a pleasure to be on this platform with you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, my brother. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I listened to your interview a couple of mornings on the Costa show, and I was like, wow, after I read your Facebook page. But thank God for your life and thank God for your family. Also, thank God you were able to leave Liberia safely and in a safe place. And like the Bible tells us, there's no sin that goes unpunished. Whatsoever a man soweth, so shall he reap. But my question have to do with your Facebook page, your posting. My question has to do with Sabato Dennis, Sewers Breach. My question have to do with the death of Emmanuel Bati Nyeswa. That is on your Facebook page. And I'm looking at it now. And in your Facebook page, I just want you to elaborate for those that are listening. You said, in your face, let me read a paragraph there. Mr. Dennis played a consequential role in the alleged murdering of the RAA boss, Mr. Emmanuel Bati Nyeswa. Who is Sabato Dennis? And if at all, do you have information on the consequential role that Mr. Dennis played in the death of Emmanuel Bati Nyeswa? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. As you can see in Liberia today, the security apparatus that has professional people has a serious challenge. It has a serious challenge in the way that you cannot run an entity and ensure the rule of law when you have people within the sector that decide not to work by their TORs, but rather to work based on party policies and the intervention of the executive. I think the security sector has a very serious challenge that we need to look at. So we're not just going to limit it to Sabato Dennis. The first thing is, we've looked at President Weah to be a very peaceful man. So we expected that when he comes into power, he's going to bring closer to him those professional men that are now being participants into the gruesome atrocity committed in our country. But instead, he decided
to compensate those individuals that are yet to be on the radar for gruesome atrocity committed in that country with lucrative jobs. Sabado Dennis, the history of him is not hidden. These are men who have been involved into several crimes during the war, during the 90s, during the World War II, World War III. This is the situation of Sabado Dennis. He brags about his actions. He thinks that up to now, he's still living during the days of the 90s, where rebels were compensated based on atrocity they committed, and they spoke about what they did. They were either awarded colonel ranks or general rank. He still lived within that delusion. So Dennis, he had made one or two statements that made him to go under the radar. And being under that radar, there were a lot of information being obtained as to crimes that have been committed in that country. This is first day where Dennis put himself on the radar. When I managed to leave Liberia, after I heard that he was one of those that have been commissioned for the fact that he had some proximity to me during the campaign period, and even before the campaign period, and they were not successful. See what Briggs, this is a man who was my driver. This is a man who I took care of. This is a man who I put money in his pocket. Those are men who I bought cars for, they homes for, even before the presidency of George Manawia. We sit among those people and they plan evil things for me. And people who did not even do a lot of things for just defeating will leave their midst and give me information. Sabado Dennis firstly began when I left the country. He met a few of my boys in the club. He said, this thing, guys, I boss man, he read your organization on Facebook. That's the kind of person he is. He brags about his criminal, he brags about his atrocities. That man, he read it in the country. He take in the country. Even the president I was thinking. So my little boy told him, says, Sabado, do you know who you're talking to? You're talking to Sheikh. This is a man who fed you. This is a man who put money in your pocket. If I had the power today for that statement you made, I was going to jump on you and fight you. So when the black boy called me, I received the information. So I said, you know what? I have been successful to leave that country, to come over. I got my kids there. I got my family there. If Sabado can make such a kind of statement, I mean, he's so bitter. I don't know what making him bitter. Has he been given an instruction? I mean, maybe the instruction failed against me. He could probably go after my kids. From that day, I decided to put a surveillance on Sabado Dennis. And I think I will tell you for real, I don't always want to delve into the issues of the auditors because, I mean, it is so saddening, you know, that we will sit in Liberia today and the audit system in Liberia is just weak. So, I mean, coming on this public platform to, you know, delve into our intelligence report and whatsoever information we have received about Sabado Dennis' involvement into Mr. Yeswa's death, may his soul rest in peace. And we're also delving into the mysterious death of other auditors and other individuals. I think when the appropriate time comes, we're definitely going to go and defend and provide the substantive evidence to align Sabado Dennis and his accomplices to the death of Mr. Yeswa. But I think they deserve justice and they need justice. And even the current administration, we want to delete all of those information or those files. We just want to let them know that our private investigation stands and those informations that we have on hand and intelligence that we have on hand that led to the murder of several auditors and other people in that country will be provided. So they better not play with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Larma and then Jerry.
Sure. Good evening.
Yeah.
It's been a long, man. What's up?
Man, it's been a long, man. It's been a great time, man. When we're going to have lunch again. You know,
we need to go to Barnabas.
Lama is the man who know all the best place, you know, to have lunch and dinner, you know. Yeah, yeah, you're right. That place, I enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you. As I listen to you, you know, I feel your pain. I empathize with you. You know, we've heard a lot about WEA, but the testament that you're providing on this platform and over the last few weeks says it all. You are a businessman. You're not a politician. So we have every reason to believe the authenticity of your ideas. When you look at the time you got involved with WEA, the general condition at the time of seditions, they were fundamentally thriving, they were fundamentally poor. You're aware of doing well in the business environment, well connected. The intent on which you supported WIA at the time for the good of Liberia, as you expressed, is it the same desire that is driving you to come out today to tell the Liberian people that this was a mistake? What you initially intended is not what this president is doing. He's on a wrong trajectory, and so the Liberian people should be mindful as they go towards 2023. Is that a message you're trying to send?
Well, that could be one of the messages. But like I said, I don't want to be too much of being political right here, because we have pushed the country into a situation and make it more polarized that the Liberian people don't even know how to make better decisions. You know, I will tell you for two. When you're really, really hungry, sometimes you don't even know how to think right. And that's why President Weah has pushed the country into. I mean, one of the major reasons that we have to come out and speak today, President Weah is now aspiring for re-election. And there have been numerous of attacks on my position here in the United States. You try to kill me. I supported you. You refused to pay me. You refused to allow my investors to come in. They came in, and all you showed them was ingratitude. You said you didn't want to see them. They went back. I went through the pains with them. I went through all kinds of threats with them. I decided to leave. You tried to kill me. I got the information. I left. I'm in the United States. I'm living my life. Decided to recalibrate. President Weah and his men were in a constant habit of trying to see how best they could get me out of the U.S. here. They sent in different kinds of information, negative information about me without substantial evidence. They failed, and they keep failing. They went as far as penetrating my family, penetrating my marriage, to see how best I would have been on the negative side. So I think there was a time to come out and speak, because to let the Liberian people know, they need to make a better decision. If they think that President Weah is doing better for them, at this time, it's up to them to go and vote no. If they think that it is the time that they will come back for the real change, I think they can make a better decision. But we will come out to speak about the failure of President Weah. I mean, let's forget about the cosmetic, the cosmetic this and that. But I think Liberia deserves better between you and I. Let's look at the country. Look at the country today. See what's happening. Let me tell you something. If I open my SendWave, it has reduced from people requesting from $50 for $10. That should be a time that somebody who used to ask you for $50 will just be asking you for $5 or $10. You know what he's thinking? He's only thinking for what he's going to survive on tomorrow. That's the big problem. You must be sitting and thinking, this man used to ask me for $50. But even right now, he's asking me for $10. Because he's not even thinking that if he eats the $10 tomorrow, after tomorrow, he's going to survive from it. So I think this is a time to speak out. You understand? This is a time to speak out. And I would say this. Even seditionists know that. Weah has been very authoritative to the extent that, hey, seditionists can't even speak out. They just have to stick to the norms of the party. But it's not like all is well. And sometimes I sit and I feel for them. Because what's happening in the CDC today, President Weah keeps having mental intercourse with the Liberian people and all seditionists, and only making them to ejaculate mentally through wet dreams. You understand? Because the reality can never exist. I mean, but I think this is the time to speak out, because he has always attempted, and I know everything. He penetrated. Let me just give you one story. I don't even want to delve too much into my family issues about how President Weah attempted so many ways. I will not even bring about my marital life, because I respect my ex-wife for the sake of my children. But I would just say one thing that ever happened a year ago. One of my sons were born here in the U.S. Although I was saying, President Weah had penetrated my ex-marriage, before which I would not even want to delve into it like others, for the sake and the respect of my ex-wife and the children. You understand? My son, although I was saying, my ex-wife tells me, I said, you know what? The boy got to come to America. My dad will be taking care of the little boy, and you will be picking it up. I said, yeah, because I'm not yet well settled in America. When the little boy came, my ex-wife, I called the dad could not pick the phone. And then the next thing she called me now, oh no, that my dad cannot take care of the boy, you take care of the little boy. I took the little boy and took him to my cousin in Indiana. The little boy only spent 6 months here after he was born here. 6 months, and then he went back to Africa. He spent 5 years. After 6 months, but this was a plan. We got to understand the whole plan.
My ex-wife didn't call me now. Oh, she wanted the ball to go back to Liberia. I was like, what you talking? The ball has been all of America for 5 years. Why you want him to go back? She said the ball needs to come back. She knows that I love all my kids, but that boy look exactly just as me, only his color. And I wouldn't just allow him to go back. It was a kind of plan. When we send the ball, and Sheik's name is not on the birth certificate of the ball. So when I request the ball to come, Sheik is going to refuse. And we can use that mental procedure to say Sheik wants to kidnap the child. When the woman and I who've been co-parenting nicely with the kids, all of a sudden she just changed. I need the ball right back. She has sent me a paper from the Justice Ministry requesting that her son be turned over. She went to the U.S. Embassy requesting I'm trying to kidnap her son. And in fact, the boy is not my son. She sent me that message on the proving by DNA. Now, as I speak to you, I would have fought that case. And if I was going to fight that case, it was going to lead into something different. They were going to charge me for either one kidnapping. And I sat down. As a trained security man, I said, something is not right. I don't think I deserve to fight this because this is just not normal. For this woman that we are co-parenting, we sent this boy into America that this boy has everything here to make him better. But she want to call one someone and say I should send the ball back to Africa. But we dug behind it. That was the whole plan, and it did not work. After they have sent a lot of negative information to the U.S. government, calling me a money launderer without evidence, calling me this without evidence. But let them know that this time around, we are aware of all of those things. It's not going to work. We will speak out to the Liberian people. But I think the Liberian people deserve better. And we will come out here to speak, and we will keep speaking so that they will not make the mistake that they made in 2017. But it is up to them. If they want to vote president, we are back to power. It's up to them. If they think that this is the time for change, they need somebody better, it's up to them.
Jerry, are you there?
I'm here.
No, Jerry is supposed to ask questions.
Yeah, they're having some technical issues. I will ask a question later on because I don't know what happened here. My entire internet business.
Okay, cool. I'll come back to you.
China,
you got questions?
Okay. Yes, I have a question for Sheik. Jerry, can you mute, please? Can you mute, Jerry? Yeah, thank you. Sheik.
Yes, sir.
We spoke after your appearance on the Costa show, and I personally share with you my emotional, perspective on your interview. And I said to you, on the phone that you are a man. I think, Stephen, except some of us have seen diamonds probably in the movie. We don't know what it looked like in real life. For a man, like Sheik of his social status to get involved in politics, one will ask themselves, what drive him into doing that? But again, he's a Leo like myself. People sometimes want to help their friends, especially where necessary, where they can be of help. But Sheik, my question to you is, after you try to pay back your partners their money, when you try to engage, President Weah and President Weah, and effort seems very futile, in getting your money back from, the head of state. And then you try to explore business opportunities. I think you probably said on the show, you brought in, I think, 2 or 3 partners, but all efforts, were crushed by the administration just to even empower you further. To chase some of your partners when people heard that you were the engineer behind those investments. I mean, the executive were very ruthless in showing that you were out of business. And the one that touched me the most, you losing a property. Of course, businesses is even worth more than the property of $1,000, and the bank even went on foreclosure. Yeah, you are, Sheik. So what really gave you so much, courage? You here in the US, amidst all of these things that have happened to you, you still smile in the midst of all of these, life challenges, and you here hustling. You got your own business now running, but just trying to regroup. How is your mental, state of mind? How do you gather all of this? Because I know not too many people will go through what you went through, and their mental health, will still be in the right shape of mind to soldier on. Wow, how do you move through this, Sheikh?
Well, thank you, Darlington. Just to answer your question, the first thing I see the picture of the home that I lost. I mean, what pains me more about that home is like I was out of the country when my late mother bought that land. And then I sent her money. She initiated our project to build a mini estate at the VOA area in Broadway. And then when I came, I was like, okay, Mom, you bought this place. I'm going to build it. I'm going to, make it a better place. And I'm going to name the estate after you. But all of a sudden, my mother passed. But we stay, build it. We furnish all of those apartments over there. We had a swimming pool. We got a swimming pool there. We got a gym. We got to buy everything in there. But I mean, losing that property from we as ingratitude to a bank on foreclosure. I mean, that's one of the things I really feel bad for. I don't feel bad about the money, but I feel bad that my late mother, I wanted to have something that I would have said, this is what she bought for me. And I mean, this is the land she bought for me. This is what I built for her. But I mean, I'll tell you one thing. There's something that keep my courage going. I believe in myself. Now I'm a Muslim, and I believed in the Quran. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked his Sahaba, his followers. He said, "Who can tell me who's the strongest man on earth?" He said, "Prophet, a man who defeats 2-3 people." The Prophet said, "No." He said, They said, "Okay, Prophet, a man who goes into a chiefdom and defeats the entire chiefdom." The Prophet said, "No." He said, "Oh, okay, the man who defeats the whole country." The Prophet said, "No." So he said, "But we are very confused. Who is then the strongest man on earth?" The Prophet said, "The strongest man on earth is the man who controls his emotion when he's provoked. And when he's ready to fight back, he fights back with the blessing and the strength from Allah." So with those teachings and our traditional teachings, never to give up as a man has kept us going. The fact that we live our life not wronging anybody. And we do believe that whenever you wrong us, it is just a lesson learned. Never see anything in this world as a failure or a downfall. I see every situation in my life as a challenge, and a challenge that I can overcome. That's why in every challenge of my life, all I fight for is my life and a good health. Because those two things, if I have it, I can be able to resuscitate or recall whatsoever thing that I have lost. And that has just been me, living around, friendly with everybody. I mean, you see me being humble, that's me from day one, and not to speak so much about my level of magnanimousness, but I think I've lived a life being very, magnanimous, anonymously. I've been very anonymous in helping people. So I don't always like to speak about it. But I mean, trust me, at the level at which we've helped people, and then seeing ourselves today, we don't so much worry about ourselves because we want to bounce back, we'll get back by the grace of God. But I mean, with those teachings and the belief in the Quran and the belief in what we believe in ourselves, our perseverance, our commitment, our dedication into anything we want to achieve, God been going and the blessing of God.
Yeah, you brought. He didn't address his partner's issue. You tried to explore business opportunity to pay back, your loan, but those efforts were crushed.
Just to speak to that, Darlington, thank you very much for getting me on track. Just to speak to that, that's one of the things, in fact, that confused me, and I was like, "What's going on?" If you've been given money, you refuse to pay. You refuse to see these people. I've explored other way and other means around to see how best I would have brought opportunity. In fact, not just for the payment of the loan, but also to provide jobs for the Liberian people. For a typical example, they will bring in the Antazar. Antazar would have created a job at the port. And instead of bringing in a company called GTNS that does nothing but to sit over there, have a gig by Aminata Bangura collect $200-300 on continuous. They don't even have a satellite up to give you a report. You understand? Because by right, if ants were in the port, it should have been GTMS reporting it. But how did they get there? Because they do the cargo tracking note. That did not work. Antazar did not come. Then I decided to bring in, I've been talking about a $2 billion company.
That is the company that's going to take over Putu. Wherein librarians are going to be employed. 3,000 librarians are going to be employed directly, and 5,000 librarians are going to be employed indirectly. It wasn't so much about trying to make money to pay the debts from the elections, but we're also going to provide jobs, opportunities for the Liberian people that did not work. But if I then reduce it to just a local business, wherein trying to set up a Chikisu factory, I was then also marginalized, and it did not work. So these are things that raise up concern. These are things that if I got me annoyed, I say, you know what? I think I must approach the president directly about this money issue, because I have tried. I have tried as a person. I've tried as a friend. I've tried as a brother, and I don't know what's going on. Let me tell him now, because he's the president of the Popular Library, we need this money. And that was the greatest mistake I made, even though it was the best mistake. And maybe it was the best decision I made also, by asking the president and see what breeze who led me into all this, said the money needs to be paid. From that day, then where they had their plan B, because there's a government who doesn't believe in resolving issue amicably, but using the ruthless means, either by eliminating you or by chasing you out of the country because they have an obligation that they need to liquidate with you. So, I mean, that's just it. And now, up as I speak, I'm confused. But I will say this on this platform. If President Weah, you think you affected me, you didn't just affect me. You affected me and the future of my kids. You didn't just affect the future of my kids alone. You affected the future of so many Liberians that walk out and came out to me for empowerment. You affected the future of so many other people, not just me. So, I mean, it gets me confused every day when I wake up. What did I do to President George Manuel Weah that I deserve this as a young man? I should be asking that question. And everybody will be asking him that question very soon.
So check before Pierre go. Let me just play. There's a video of you and Koji. I think it's in Israel. Can you throw light on this video? Let me just play. It's a video. Just a second.
I put you to the back of the car there,
Soldier, a great Jiro Silo Malama. Soldier.
So check, there's that video of you and Koji. I think it's in Israel. Can you talk a little more on that?
Well, first they want to begin on this platform by saying, you know, Koji is a brother and a friend. And I'm not here to defend any other allegations against him or how other people feel about him. But I mean, I'm a kind of person that's very righteous. If somebody's been good to me, I will definitely tell you that this person has been good to me. And Koji has been one of the person that plays a very alone. He was just alone into the fight to see how best we could resuscitate this money. The video you see over there was when we visited Israel to convince, that's my Israeli partner over there that we brought to take over Putu Mines. Koji did everything possible, even to recover the property when the property was on foreclosure. Before Mr. Sheriff would have paid for the property, Koji called me. He said, "Sheikh, we have wronged you a lot. I don't seeing the property go. I don't want to make it work." And Koji said, "I'm going to speak to the president." He went for Gerald Rowland's funeral. When he comes back, he needs to pay that money for to recover the property. When he got back from Ghana, Koji met him. But before he could come back, Koji went and met Mr. Samoa from RB Bank, who's the manager from RB Bank, at the Boulevard Palace. They had an arrangement. Samoa told him, Koji, if you guys going to pay this money, it will be fine. You guys got to do it in the very shortest. You guys got to do it in the shortest time. Because if Mr. Sherry pays the money, we're definitely going to transfer the deed into his name. When President Weah came from Ghana, Koji went and met him. Said, look, this thing is urgent. I mean, Sheikh has gone through a lot. Let's not allow him to lose his property. Let's do everything possible. President Weah kept dragging, because he had no intention of doing it. He wanted me to lose my property. At the end of the day, somebody went and told me, listen, you got to just do whatever. At the end of the day, the bank has no other alternative but to, just sell the property to Mr. Mayuba. So I want to say on this platform to be frank with you, Koji did extremely well. He's a brother and a friend. in a much, and I'm not here to defend him on any other issue. But regarding this issue, he helped us a better in resolving it, and I must commend him for that.
Thank you. I'll go back to Pierre.
Okay.
Yeah. So I will just combine two quick questions, and you'll be able to answer it easily. One is maybe the public interested in knowing what is the full amount credited from your partners that the president did not repay. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million. And two, prior to leaving Liberia and now that you are out of Liberia, did you at any time feel or receive information that the government was after your life? So many people, normally when they have disagreement, they conclude, or based on their own intelligence, they make the conclusion that their life is not safe, people running after them. Did you at any time reach the conclusion that the government wanted to harm you, take away your life? And then two, what is the total value of what Mr. Weah refused to pay the partners that was borrowed on account of you?
Okay, thank you very much, Pierre. The contract that I have in my possession for the loan that was given is $2 million. And then there was an extra of $200,000 that was spent on the public relation. The $200,000 was spent on a public relation program at Hotel de Francois on September 28th, when Madame Claudia flew from the US. She was there with us. The partner that organized Radio France International, TV5, Journal Afrique, and other news outlets. President Weah spent about 2 nights in that hotel, where they did interviews, they did stories, they did photo shoots, so as to promote him internationally, according to the partners, that these were some of the leads, in helping to make him president. And then after the $2 million contract we had, I then received $1,630,000. $630,000 at Echo Bank, the records are there, and $1 million at the IB Bank. And the rest of the $300,000 was spent on the helicopters, the fixed-wing planes that we were using for the campaign. So the total money spent was $2.2 million. But when you look at the contract, there's something there that speaks about if such money is not paid over time, there was going to be an interest added to the money. So as we speak today, the interest that are being added to the money, it has pushed the money up to $3 million. So that's the total amount. That's just to answer your question. And to go back to your next question, intelligence already was received in Monrovia before my departure. When I went on an investigation at the National Security Agency for requesting for my money from the president, for no reason I went to work in the morning. And I was told that, the personnel wants to see you. There's a message from the above saying that you should be suspended for time indefinite pending investigation. So they're a little bit concerned. I said, but what's going on? Asking for my money has led to me losing a job that was making $1,250, but very committed in it. And I went and got the badge. And I waited for the investigation. And during the investigation, I decided to institute a measure in security. We will go for the hard blow and see what they're going to come up with, to see their internal plan. Because when you go with a hard blow in investigation, by the way you're going to explain it, they will stop you. And then among them, somebody will come and tell you exactly what their next plan. That was what I did on the investigation. I called for the recorder. And the first thing I asked the Inspector General at the time, I told him, well, what's my charge? I want to ask you a question. You suspended me for what? Did I violate any rules and regulations of the agency in which I have affixed my signature to the biodata of the agency? He could not tell me anything. I said, you got to give me my charge. If you can't give me my charge, how do I explain? And what you want me to explain? Because he said, no, my man, you only, but the president said this and that. I said, listen to me, my young man. You want to delve into personal issues between the president and I. And if you want to delve into it, then you should bring a recorder, because I wanted to be not just on pen and paper, but I wanted to be my voice. And they forced me, which was an illegal way of forcing me to speak. And then I decided to go with the hard blow. I went into sensitive information right away and I started speaking because I wanted him to make me to stop. And those sensitive information will not speak them out here because President Weah will not make me to break some level of confidentiality, despite being very, very ungrateful to me. And right away they said stop. Because I wanted to see at what extent, if I let out some of those information, what was going to be their next reaction. And I planted people in their midst. And their next reaction when they play that tape to all the members of their government, they then said, look, listen, this boy sits on a lot of information about us. That's one. Two, we can't pay this money here right now, President. We are not ready to pay this money. So the only thing we can do, they use the word, let's zinc him. And somebody left from India Maze and took a phone and called me. Say, you don't know me. Just try to leave this country. But trust me, PR, we got the feelings of certain things when they're about to happen. And I began a little concerned and more concerned in fact when President we have stopped most of my projects that was going to empower the Liberian people and repay the loans that we took from the partners. So I became more concerned, like what's going on? I think I must introduce some measures. And that was when I called my partners to make sure I secure a training first to the US. And I got my visa on my hand while everything was going on. And there were a couple of meetings, numerous attempts. But the kind of way I instituted the measures in place, my security measures in place, they found it so difficult in reaching out to me or seeing how best they could move out to me. People will tell you, I'm moving in Liberia, I moved tactically. And then that was when they used Siwa Breeze, who they know very, very close to me, my former driver, my very good friend, my dear brother, a man that I spent my hard-earned money on to raise and made an upright man. You get it, man? And these were some of the reasons that I believed in him. And then they sent him to me. He then came and said, oh, man, the president said this and that. Because that was an investigation I did not continue. Send I let out the fee information that day. They just kept it on the low key and they kept me just moving around. But I was very tactical. Because as a trained man, they always tell you, surprise and guard against surprise. Because the same way you're going to surprise people, you're going to be surprised one day. And when you get those things in your mental as a security man, you will always know how to move. And then see what Brisky and told me, say, oh, my man, the president say, we should forget about that, you know, reinstate you. In fact, I want to point you as a deputy director to the NSA. I said, look, listen, my brother, the job I'm doing, I'm okay with it. I don't want to take a deputy director job. But all the mentors, they were the strategy they already designed to get me comfortable. You understand, right? But we know those things. And then I told them, I said, listen. But then somebody from their base already told me what was their plan. You understand? Oh, their plan. Then he come and tell me to get me comfortable. But I did not listen to him. But I have already made my plan to leave because I have received the call already from that particular individual who today I can sit and say he's an angel to me because I did not be that information. Who knows what was going to happen? I did not be that information. Who knows what was going to happen to Liberia? Because Pierre, understand one thing today, we can reminisce on the war. That is how Charles Taylor Fair, it was going to be so easy to just grab Roosevelt Johnson on 19th Street. You understand? That resulted in the April 6th. That was the same way he thought he was going to grab Julian to Camp Johnson Road. What did they resort to? So who knows what was going to happen in that country up to today? But because we love that country, we love ourselves, we love our heart. And we believe that once we get life and we got good health, there's better opportunities for us. So I mean, that's just what I have to say to speak to your questions, Beyond.
All right, Daniel. Daniel, you muted.
Sheikh, thank you again. As we are proceeding along with the conversation, I'm getting to realize that how disappointed you are because every step along the way, the betrayal is just being unearthed. But I'd like to put two questions to you. From your interaction with President Weah, I mean, you was involved with a campaign, and you had some very close interaction with him. I want you to tell the Liberian people who in Weah inner cycle. Is there anybody in Weah inner cycle that can stand up to him when he goes wrong? And my second question will be focusing on the allegation made by some people believed to be seditions. You remember one time there was some video on Facebook, people believed to be ex-prisoners from South Beach were released. And the time Mr. George Calando to it, they said they were bringing Russian in the country to kill George Weah. And they also link you to that allegation. I want you to speak to the two issues. Who do you think can stand up to Weah in your inner cycle when things go wrong? And about the allegation about you and Calando bringing Russians into the country to assassinate President Weah before the 2017 elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question.
But just to speak to it, President, we are live with the life of the 48 law of power. In as much as our world today have been democratized, he forgets to know that the 48 law of power, that's a book that during the days of Machiavelli, the dictator used them to suppress their subordinate. And he still live with that in modern democracy today. President, we always speak to you on that he has nobody within his inner circle that will look up to him and tell him, say, look, President Weah, what you say here is not right. Or somebody will bring up gossip that he will say, President Weah. And I'll tell you for real, I was one of the person that stood to President Weah. If somebody bring gossip to him and tell him, say, Mr. Chief, let's look into it. This is not right. I think we got to follow it up. Because look, I will tell you something. A lot of people who stays with Weah, being knowing that he's so vindictive, he's the kind of person, if you and him sitting and having a conversation, he wants to dominate the conversation from start to end. And everything he says, everybody should agree with it. And if you have a true friend and a real friend in life, you know that there's no true friend in life who will see you going or making error and they keep pushing you to say, oh yes, this is the situation, that's the situation, and this is the situation. I mean, so I will speak to tell you definitely that Weah has become so authoritative and vindictive that even if he had a friend that wanted to speak the truth to him, that friend should be willing to leave and ready to leave and ready to be ostracized. It is not like they have people in his midst that can wake up to say the truth, but because they are not ready to be ostracized, they are not ready to leave, they have to live with the flow. And whenever you're ready to tell the truth to Weah, to put him on his guard, to keep him moving strong. So I will say this to you. There were many days, some campaign nights. I remember one time at Hotel Buchanan. It was President Weah's 51st birthday. His 51st birthday that night. Everybody you see today around when it is President Weah's birthday, they're jumping on Facebook. They're all happy birthday, Mr. President. Let me just explain a little story and reflect his memory. That night in Hotel Buchanan, his 51st birthday, it was on that October. We were sitting in the hotel. There was even no cake. I had to call the late Mona Peno because so messed up. I said, Mona, we got 4 more hours to the president's birthday. You want to tell me nobody has not even brought a cake for us to celebrate his birthday? And at the end of the day, I had to send my bodyguards immediately to come to Mona Lisa somewhere on 10th Street from Buchanan. They even had an accident on the road. That we had to call Mona Lisa to able to have at least a piece of cake that day to say, Mr. President, happy 55th birthday. Because we used to call him Mr. President. And after the celebration of the birthday, he's sitting and they are having fun. They're drinking their normal Hennessy and I walk out to my room because President, we are in campaign days, look at my room and look at his room. And the next morning we had a serious assignment where President, we had to go out and speak out to his people. And they had him celebrating his birthday and they were there cussing on. I walk out to the room and I open the room. I said, Mr. President, you got to go to bed. Everybody got to go. And I collected whatsoever thing they were having fun with, a bottle of Hennessy. I said, Chief, go to bed. And at that time, he needed somebody to guide him. And trust me, President Weah was taking instruction at that time until now he's president, that he has become very intransigent to people that around him that would give him positive advice. So just to speak to that, that's the kind of person he is. It is not like those people in his midst cannot give him their advice. But because of the 48 law of power that he particularized in his entire life, that has made him more authoritative and a dictator, people don't speak to issues. All issues say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. And to speak to the issue of the 2017 elections. Look, my brother, when election comes, there are a lot of strategies. There are a lot of things to be said and a lot of things to be done. Unity Party was doing everything possible at that time to be re-elected. The CDC was doing everything possible at that time to assume state power. So if we come back to speak to those issues here, I mean, at the end of the day, he ended up to the Liberia National Police. And the police, under the command of, under the instruction of Gregory Cuomo at the time, took the best decision ever. I mean, delving into the case too much would have created some problem. And we will say that today, unless Patrice Sulu, who's not cognizant of the kind of mentality Gregory used to maintain the peace. Gregory said, look, listen, I don't want to delve into this case too much. One, the act was not committed. All I'm going to do is that I'm not going to charge United Party for the plans. I'm not going to also charge the CDC for saying that, they incited violence. All I'm going to do, the individuals in question that went on social media and make the claim that they were paid to be used will be charged. And they were charged, sent to court, sent to jail. And at the time, Serena Seaforth was even used where we pay, their bond was filed because they were seditions at the time. And we wouldn't have done anything. The party took the initiative to file in their bond
for the fact that they were seditious and they've joined the party and they were part of the party. So just to speak to that, I mean, those are election periods, my brother. To come here to validate who was wrong or right, I think the Liberian National Police took the right decision at the time. Not to either take a side by saying Unity Party was right or the CDC was right. I think the best decision was made by the Liberian National Police for peace sake.
Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you know, my brother, as I follow you in the presentation, I was getting a little bit emotional because this is a matter of somebody trusting you and helping you, but because you were sent to power and you decided to marginalize, you know, the person. I'm grateful to God that you left the country, because by now we'll be having another like press conferences and all of that up a bit. So I mean, I want to know what are other available options, because from your presentation, it's like George Weah is not even willing to, you know, listen to you. Are you considering other options? Because I know he's not going to be president after October 10th this year. So are you considering other legal options? Because these are resources that you need to be able to settle your partners. And you assisted the man, you know, so I really feel for you, so that, I mean, I don't know what you're thinking about, whether you have other legal options, and thank God that your life is safe. So what are other options that are available? What are people advising you? What are you talking to lawyers? I mean, I'm pretty interested, but it's so unfortunate that we are, you know, will treat you like this, because when I listen to you, you know, I said, wow, is this how people treat friends who helped them when they were in need? I mean, it's so unfortunate. So I just wanted to know whether you have other options, because that's a huge amount of money that you need to get. And now the way we are is in power, if you can't get your money, and when he leaves power, I don't know where you're going to get it from. What are the options that you have, you know, to your disposal? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, my brother. I mean, that's a very good question. I mean, but I think President Weah has been giving all other options and a lot of options to see how best, you know, whatsoever that was credited, in which I fixed my signature to be restituted. And other people have tried their best. Like I said, Koji, I mean, tried his best as well. And I mean, there was nothing done. And even reasons why we come in public is because instead of him accepting the fact that he has an obligation, but he's rather, you know, coming after me to align me to something negative, to use it not to pay this money. That's some of the reasons that, I mean, we are coming up here to speak. And some of the reasons also we are coming here to speak is the survivors of the mysterious killings that's going on in Liberia. It would have been me. I would have been the first person. But today, all were victimized of it. It is not because, you know, they were. The fact of the matter is, I mean, they were victimized because they felt they were doing their professional job. They were working by prison. So we believe that this is the time we that survive it, we should be able to delve into the depth of those people. But I mean, let me tell you one thing today. I'm a religious man, my brother. You know, I'm a security man. I'm a businessman. I did not just come out to speak or to fight for justice or my partner's money. All I can tell you on this platform is that we do have a stratified approach in the restitution of our money. And that stratified approach is unspecified for now. This is our first approach. And when we proceed, we'll definitely be aware of it and informed.
Thank you. Larimer.
Yeah, sure. Again, like the previous panelist said, 3 million is a lot of money. And the loan has accumulated 1 million at a progressive rate of 1.0% over the last 5 years. That is a lot of money. But if you go back to Weah's history since in John politics, you know, we are like eating free money. He lost the election in 2005. It's an open secret that he received some money. And then he said, in the interest of peace, he went into a deal with Brunskin. He ate Brunskin morning. That created the fallout between him and Eugene Nangwe. He went to Robert Sirleaf in 2014, entered a deal, walked away with huge sum of money. That created a fallout with he and George Solo. This is a man that is principled by eating free money since enjoying politics. Do you think that he saw that engagement with 2 million coming as a means of political ration again on the other end? That's the first question. And my second question is, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to face? I listened to you on the Costa show saying that you're going to go back. I think in March for the voter registration or something, or during the campaign. Are you willing to face off Are there not security threats, as it were, when you left the country? And now that you're speaking of, it creates a lot of cloud of uncertainty and insecurity for your own personal life. So what are you willing to do? Are you willing to face off or will you wait until after he's turned you to pursue more, radical actions and legal action as well?
Okay, regarding the issues of we are continuous in collecting money as claimed or explained by you from individual. Fortunately for President he has been taking money from Liberians, who could look back, look left. They have political interests, and because of political interests, and it did not work, so they had to let it go. And probably maybe some of the transactions were not documented, so they had to let it go. But unfortunately for President this time around, he has collected money from people who are very uncompromising when it comes to double crossing, and cheating. So it is up to him to sit in his corner and think like, what, in how much I have been doing this or doing that, that's claimed by other people. When it comes to this money, at a certain extent, whatsoever action that will be taken, I'm not involved into it too much. But there's a brother that I love. There's a brother, the friend is a Liberian. All I can say is that he has a greater responsibility, because this time around, it is so unfortunate that the money that he received through me is the money from people who are very uncompromising when it comes to double crossing. Just to speak to the issue of the election, I've always said this. A man leaves Liberia. I did not leave Liberia because I'm a coward. I left Liberia to prepare to go back. And I always say this, President, we have the greater responsibility in this 2023. The greater responsibility he has is to make peace. The greater responsibility he has is to have a safe and a peaceful transition of power if the Liberian people vote him out. So he should sit in his corner today and think that nobody is going to run away. Trust me, I'm not speaking here today because I'm in America. I will get back to Liberia tomorrow. I will speak. I will be in Liberia in July for the campaign. And there's nothing that's going to stop me from coming to Liberia. President, we are in July. It will still be under his command and leadership. And we want to give him that responsibility to provide the protection and security for all Liberians, not just me. I think enough is enough. When I get back to Liberia, I expect President we have to provide security for me. I don't have the power. I don't have the strength. I only have the power and the strength of the Almighty Allah. But I expect him as a president to provide security. If security can be provided, then we, within our own capacity, we give our security to the Almighty Allah for our protection until after a successful election. But I'm definitely coming to Liberia to campaign. And as you know, I'm a member of the All Liberian Coalition Party. President Weah has exposed me already to politics. So I have an obligation now to be a part of a party that has the greater involvement of my community. So we'll be out there campaigning coming July.
Thank you, Sheikh. It's Pastor Mo.
Yeah, thank you, Sheikh. Sheikh, you are a strong young man, and God voice, I must commend you for your courage. You are courageous, and keep it up.
Thank you.
But I have two concerns. Somebody texts and asks about evidence. Indeed, there always have to be evidence. But for the sake of those individuals, because Liberia is listening to you, Liberians are listening to you by way of social media, Facebook, and radio, on radio stations in Liberia, and you are being heard. And I believe many people are going to discuss this on tomorrow in Liberia. But I'm back onto your Facebook posting, and within your Facebook posting, I read that a recording was made during the meeting with the Russian. A recording was made with a meeting that you all had with the Russian. Please, I want you to please tell us what was the meeting about, who all was in that meeting. The next one here, there's something I read about you possessing 2 iPhones. And I don't know what happened, but your Facebook page explain, your posting explain a lot. But can you just elaborate on the 2 iPhones that was in your possession, who owned those 2 iPhones, and the recording on video when some meeting was going on, that including the 700,000. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. That's a very good question. We only try to, reawaken President Weah so that he could remember some of the things maybe he has forgotten. And President Weah should not forget that we had our first meeting with the partners at Hotel de Méridien in Paris. And the partners, the first thing before I could even table all of them along with President Weah, they had some doubts. And there was one of them there who kept saying, no, for what I'm learning from the election, it's just very difficult to get an incumbent. And the former Vice President Boka, the one of the partners, how he pronounces Boka's name, Boka. He said, Boka, shit, you think Boka, let's put money. So I was like, no, George is my friend, and George is definitely going to win the election. So they already had doubts. So because they had doubt, and they have also received some little 1 or 2 information, because these are people, they don't just jump into anything. And then we actually asked for $6 million. He can't deny that. But because they did not see the confidence in his face, in his posture, and because of some of the things that they have learned, especially his relationship with Mr. Bamba, I'm not trying to denigrate Mr. Usman Bamba here, but there was some writing about him. About some freedom franc CFA that was embezzling, So they were a little bit skeptical. So because of that, they decided to put everyone on the record, and that record is with them. And like I said, upon we are refusers to liquidate it, I think the partners have a stratified, unspecified approach to the issues. And as we get to there, they will be able to, unveil some of those videos if at all he wants to deny the fact that he did not sit in meeting with them. And then secondly, President, we have spent almost 2 days with the partners in the Hotel de François in Saint-Denis, where they were doing all of his public relations, and videos were taken, pictures were taken, and they also got that on the record. And then they instructed me actually upon taking the first $700,000 to him to his home. And those evidence are there as we speak. We're not going to delve into them because we are not in court, or we are not with an authority where we want to display those evidence. But we just want to let him know that what's the things we are saying, they're facts. Nobody can deny it. I didn't just come out here to make statements without evidence. And we are preparing President Weah for the presidency. In preparing somebody for the presidency, you go all out to, protect him for, he being, evaded technologies, And we did what we had to do, to protect him, as a brother and a good friend to him. I went extra miles using, different kind of technologies. And at the end of the day, because he was so very ungrateful, the picture you see us there, did not speak to me for almost about 2 months. And I believe that, I think some of the things that I provided, apart from the monies, the equipment, there was one of the things I provided that he was still using, and it needed to be deactivated because he don't deserve it. And I left right in my room and I deactivated it. And it didn't even take 4 hours. It was on a Saturday. President Weah called me directly. After 2 months, he didn't care about me. He doesn't even want to know about me. It was in March. And then in March 22nd? March 22nd, yeah. On a Saturday. March 21st or 22nd. But that Saturday, you can be in between them. And then I received a call from him. He said, oh, sure. I said, yes, sir, Mr. President. I've always said I have never been angry with him. You know, despite all what I was going through, I always said, yes, Mr. President, yes, the chief. He said, my man, the Jamaican guy who normally does the jerk chicken in New York, the man making or the chef, the Jamaican chef, and there's a jerk chicken. He come to the home. So the first thing is that I have sent all my cars for them to service them to the vehicle when I arrived. So he said, so I said, well, gee, I don't have a car in the yard here right now. He said, but when you need to your 2,000 crate, I said, yeah. He said, but I'll send you a car for you. So in like 25 minutes, because that was an EPS car, those guys drove and they came and they picked me up. And I went to his residence, you know. And then while going to his residence, I see what be standing to the door. At the gate. And then see what only whisper in my ear. And the president said for you, but please don't speak about the Russian people issue. So in my mind, I was like, what this guy is saying? So these guys are not ready to pay this money. You getting me? And see what can I deny? That was his word. So in fact, that motivated me more to go and do what I have to do. And when I got there, he pretended I ate to say he had sent for me to eat jerk chicken. You understand? And we sat down there to eat. Oh, my picking, welcome. Damn, my picking, yeah, man, long time. You know, I've always been cool. Like you can see in the picture, I smile with him. You know, he feel he's a monk, but I'm more monk than him. You know, he got me a phone. Oh, my picking, I think I put my phone to do that. My picking ain't working again. Yeah, I have phone. Give me 2 phones. You will not deny 2 phones. Spend 30 minutes in my hand. And after a while, I gave him his phone back. So he said, Chief, the thing here, the poor guy, I paid $12,000 for him for the reinstall it because I know he's not going to pay for it. But at least his phone spent 30 minutes in my hand, and I'm grateful for that. And his phones were given back to him. That's all I can say.
well, Sheikh, by the way, I love jerk chicken. I think if President Weah were to offer me some jerk chicken. But to my
you always to the Jamaican. No wonder why you always to the Jamaican restaurant who and there for jerk chicken business.
But man, you Costa always having you're accusing me wrongfully. But
Shaq is going low still. We're not getting him. He's going low.
Yeah, because Darlington talking.
Restaurant for jerk chicken.
All right, but Shaq, my question to you.
And after Darlington, we'll go to the phone line.
Whenever the Weah narrative is told about his wealth, people always mention, George Weah played football, President Weah, and he made, $85 million. That is the Weah wealth narrative. So how come this guy who has $85 million, will be asking a regular Liberian businessman because Sheikh, I'm sure I was in the country, I didn't know you to be a millionaire, probably would never cross path or so. But how this man who plays soccer of $85 million, will actually a car of, about $70,000, but because the reason why I'm asking you that question, before I ask you for, to buy me a car, probably I've been calling you to say, my man Sheikh, I want to go somewhere, order me Uber. So have you been, politically Ubering the president, putting small petty cash in his pocket and 14 days and that for him to trust your capacity to get in your vehicle? Because when we talk about George Weah wealth, every time people talk about President Weah, play soccer and he, $85 million, he's so rich. So how this rich guy will be asking you to buy a car, of about $70,000?
Well, when it comes to President Weah personal life, like I said, these are things I don't like to get involved in too much. Because I don't like to discuss people's personal life. But I think Weah made some very good achievement in his life. How he make a better use of the achievement should be a question. And I think he would be the best person to answer what he did with his money. But let me just speak to this and just summarize it just in summary. If we had $80 million, I think you have seen it around him. And if we had $80 million, I don't think he would have come and led a young man like me into retrogression.
So just to speak to that, I think it's highly questionable, but that's his personal life. I think he better can explain whether he had $80 million or not. But I mean, there's evidence of $80 million when it is there, and there's evidence of $80 million when it's not there.
The voice of Sheikh Sarko there. Sheikh, I'd like to say thanks so far. Let's take a few calls and then let's hear what our audience have to say about the conversation so far, and then you can respond. Let me put the numbers up for people to call. Chupo announced the number so that we can take a few calls, and then. But I think the conversation is interesting, Sheikh. Let me say. You've revealed a lot of things here today, and you know, we've known each other for some time now. My first time we were introduced by Joel Toh, and ever since then we've been friends. And you know, many days Joel wanted us to go visit you in Sierra Leone, but unfortunately that did not happen. But I do empathize with you and understand that such a tragedy of this kind of proportion should not happen to any Liberian on the basis where they decide to support a candidate. I think they didn't treat you fair. I think it speaks to the character we are. A few days ago, we had Senator Borcha Sobwe on the same show, and he spoke about a double cross. When Lone Star was supposed to sign the Diadora contract, it was Senator Borcha Sobwe who initiated that contract, and we are double crossing for $250,000. So, and this is as far back as 1996. So there's this history here of a man who thinks that everything should revolve around him. If it's not him, it's nobody else. But let's take a few calls, and then we can talk some more before we close up. Chupo, announce the number, please.
So this evening, the number is 42.
You're on air with your station? Yeah, I don't see you in the studio.
No, the program is in on tonight. We're having issue of the equipment as usual. So I try to get in mind that. Yeah.
All right, well, announce the number. Ali will gather station there. Library Radio. But what y'all will do for us when y'all come on tomorrow, I will talk to Mohammed. Y'all play this show. Y'all repeat this show.
Okay.
Yes, y'all repeat it at our time. Y'all tell Mohammed y'all repeat it.
Okay, so the number to 42 this evening 0881 959807 0881 959807 0770 47 2019 0770 47 2019, and those in the diaspora can call us up on +1 401 688 8266 +1 401 688 8266. So those are the numbers to put you through this evening on the program. So let's ask what we can get this person. Hello. Hello. Yes. Are you getting me?
No.
Right here,
we can hear.
Try to straighten your call. Call out the language.
Yeah, hello. My name is Tote Alexander. I'll speak from Minnesota this evening. Good evening, Share. I have a question for you. I follow you on co-star shows, and from the tone of your voice, I realized that
you got 1 minute.
Okay. So my question is, Share, are you doing this to seek the president's attentions for you to reconcile? Second is, do you have any evidence to show that the president owe you that particular money?
All right, thank you. Caller on the line from Canada, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Clarence Advention, and I call for Hamilton.
1 minute.
Hello? Take the courage. Our trouble days don't last forever. At the darkest hours and night just before doing fall. But so we are days are numbers, and the best thing we can do is to go back to Liberia March voter registration and return there and give neighbors a we are one-time president. Thank you all so much. It's a pleasure.
Dwalu, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Pia. Thank you so much. Well, listen, Mr. Sako. I don't think there are too many people that are surprised with your story. We all know the story of President Weah and how he behaves. But I want to say this to you. We really, really appreciate your courage. We understand what it takes to come out and speak on behalf of your country because our country is dying. If we allow these parents to remain in power, it would destroy us all. So I just want to commend you today. This is a big clap to you, Mr. Sako, and thank you so much for coming forward with this. Thank you, guys.
All right. You can take call if you have it.
Call on the line, Groovlink. Welcome to the program.
Remove the earpiece. I think that will bring the topic.
Okay, so please go ahead. What's your name? Where you calling us from?
This is Maurice Easy, calling from District 17, Port Royal.
Okay, from District number 17. Please go ahead. Quickly have 1 minute.
My question has to do with the guy that just explained this issue about President Weah.
Okay.
Why since then, from the time President Weah was elected, he never came up, the first year, the second year, third year, or the fourth year, he never came up with issues against President Weah. Why? I show the reason why.
Okay, so thank you. This person is live on the line. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Live on the program. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
This is the voice of E. Kelly Snyder. We want to call USA. I join you from Buchanan, Grand Bassa County.
From Buchanan. Please go ahead. You have just a minute.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so happy for the show this evening. My people, thank you very much. We are tired. President, we are getting a full up. One car frying company for to say this is a company that they were talking about 90,000 investors who will come to Liberia. And look at what he did to that event. The king of the Hotel Buchanan, all the AK, and what have you. So we are tired. You don't worry. We are the elected. One way, both president, we are out of power. Thank you very much for the show. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Yes, we are okay. What's the name? Where are you calling us from tonight? You have just a minute. From Gancha City. Please go ahead, Chief. Live in the class.
No, you see, with the situation of getting money out of people, I remember sometimes back 1995 when Joel was war best, 14 cities senior, we had a 4x with Reverend Winnie, we elected Joel Moyame. There was no any kind of good war Joel also to us. We keep also level of credit like Brenna elected Moyame for him. The President Joel ever high was part of the 4x but it's all like Joel and somebody that you could go for nothing. So I don't want to talk about it. Thank you for the element of the facts.
Thank you. Should I take more questions?
Okay, let me take call on this as well.
I think Pastor Boy got call or something.
Go ahead.
Hey, Sheikh, how you doing? I first of all praise the Lord for your life. Your life has been very precious for the Liberian people. Thank God that you are in the United States of America where you can express yourself. I'm very glad to hear that. For the fact that you just mentioned in your deliberation that you are a member of ALP, I highly appreciate
it. Say ACOB, you say ALP, ACOB. Alaji Kroma Party, they're not ALP.
Sorry, okay, ACOB, okay.
So start forcing the men in your party.
I mean, our party get plenty of members, man.
You see the ALP.
You want to see the go ahead, end quick. Okay, sir.
I appreciate the fact that he part of different political party, for the fact that he allowed the city America to express everything. But there's nothing strange he has said that we are not aware of, but we are concerning his behavior when it comes to money and concerning his behavior only against people who will take him advice. So I just appreciate everything, and I hope and pray that he will go back to Liberia, as he said, in July to campaign, whether for the opposition or whosoever. I just want to say
all right.
for the
Thank you for your effort.
Okay. Philip Swar, you were here as a panelist the other day, representing Liberty Party. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I appreciate the show. You guys are doing very well with the moderation. My quick question to Sheikh is, you're making some very serious allegations that he's the president, which implicates him in paying for...
Reverend, you gotta be muted, Reverend. You're talking on the phone, interfering, mute until we get to you. Yeah, go ahead, Philip, sorry.
Yeah, so you're implicating what the international community, or the U.S. in particular, is calling pay for play, for which some government officials are already sanctioned. In some of your previous comments, you said the president, I think, needed either resources or money in order to let investors operate in the country. In the future, are you able to produce the evidence, that would pass muster in court to validate some of the accusations you're currently making?
Thank you. Let's cover that, sir. You go ahead, Jupor. You have to take call.
Pastor Mo, you got somebody, right?
Yeah, Jupor, please wait.
Hello.
Jupor, wait.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening, class leader family. My name is Moses Johnson, and I do call from Painesville. The issue our brothers Sheikh Sarkar raised, it reminds me of the Taylor Iraq. I can remember vividly, and
1 minute. You got 1 minute.
Remember the issue of Greater Diamond and Jacqueline vis-a-vis and Charles Taylor, and where Greater Diamond was brought in and they invested heavily. And when Taylor reneged on working with Greater Diamond, we know the outcome, we know how Jacqueline came eventually. So some of the business people, when you took them, they got collection, they get the tacticals, and inform them, and will get at you one way or the other. So let you be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Go ahead, Jupor.
Yes, so the president, so 0881959807, 0881959807, 0770472019, and +14016888266. So those are the numbers.
I got a call here. I got a call.
Your call up will wait until Jupor call up goes through, because you already had a call on the line.
Jupor, go ahead.
I already grabbed you, so take your call.
Okay. Hello, caller.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, your name, where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Kuli Bidete, and I come from Balance Market.
Please speak louder.
Oh, my name is Kuli Bidete, I come from Balance Market.
All right, 40, go ahead.
I want to first of all send my greetings and appreciation to the Binola family for hosting Brother Sheikh. Brother Sheikh, all is now lost. I mean, keep your finger crossed. Allah knows the best. Allah knows what you're going through. I mean, we hope that everything is well. And whenever you are coming to Liberia, I mean, we are ready to support me. We are ready. We are Madame forces, gathered men, women to welcome you onto the airport. So don't worry, don't panic. I mean, be free. At any time you come, all will be ready. So thank you very much, and for carrying everything that you go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. What name where you calling from?
Hello. Okay, hello. Yeah. What's the name where you calling from?
This is Cabinet Fufana, and I do join the conversation this time around from Upper Carwell community.
Okay, from Upper Carwell. Please go ahead. You have just 1 minute.
Okay, Big Brother Pierre, I would like to send this message across, to my country people, and I would like to say, vernacular way, right? Namolu I don't. Masa Kaimini, I actually like for Georgia. Kaimini, will you so that Apollo, Jani, I can Masani or Ubikono 2017. Kaimini, Anabalo, balon mi tula ana wuli susu solo la balon tulo ana de tialale abolo kolonete ai jo ayake alaye ke mini ai kadia sabo ai tanisi lodi amabutu ai bakela wallahi mo ke to javila to mi kono mo ke to mo je kanu bodona so ai jo mo molu ai jo bole mane value George we have mini moka metinge tanisi or kono ai jo. Thank you so much for a 40-minute time.
Thank you so much. Let me get this person on the line. Hello. Listen, you don't have to listen to the monitor, please. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, sir. Laughing.
Thank you very much. This is Jacob Malama calling from Ghana, North Africa.
From Buchanan, please go ahead, please.
People continue to ask whether what Mr. Sheikh is saying is whether he gets evidence. Yes, indeed. What the man is saying there is still on the tongue that lies cannot claim it. What all he said means, in my own belief, I believe it is true because he wanted to say that he get all documents and also he called Jefferson Koji as one of the men that he even approached the president for the president was not to drag it. So there was no need to ask whether he get question. I mean, or he get evidence. There's enough evidence as he said. So no need to ask that question. Jefferson Koji is leaving him up in yes. If you lie, the man will come out and say the man is lying. So that question was too little for the man. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah, hello, Sion Comedia and the rest of all of the wonderful panelists. My name is Noah Zawu Gibson. I want to say...
You got 1 minute.
Yes, I want to say House of the Sheikh Sakor. You know, Sakor, everything you said, we empathize with you and we want to say sorry for what happened. These things happen. President Weah is one demon that just came and presiding over this country to mess this country up. But something you said on the Costa show day before yesterday, and I am pleading with you to retract that. You said with all of these things that you went through with President Weah, even making you to lose your home of heritage, your resident of heritage, you still refer to him as your friend on the Costa show. This kind of man cannot be your friend. He used to be your friend. I am begging you in the name of God. Let me say it.
You are true friend for the man you are. Let me bring that on that. Yeah.
I'm not being offensive to Muslim, but for the sake of the Muslim faith, in the name of Allah, I'm begging you to be regarded. That man can be your friend. You can make it clear that you take one your friend, Chad. You're not looking for friendship. Don't go friendship on the man.
Noah. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Noah.
What are the men friend?
Hello.
Let's take a call for Lara. Lara has a call.
Go ahead, Jarman. Go ahead.
Yeah, go, Daniel. Go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Watson Giffer. I'm from the Liberty Party, USA, and also the GMP party. It's a pleasure to be with you guys. Thank you, Stevie, and the rest of you. So quickly, I mean, on all fronts, what the gentleman in Studio Sheikh has explained is quite disturbing, you know, personally. But I would like to take it nationally also. And that has to do with violation, clear-cut violation of our laws. I am sure, and I stand to be corrected, that there are laws on the books that ban or prohibit politicians vying for offices, national offices, going abroad and taking foreign money and using it into our political process. I don't want to hold Sheikh responsible for anything, but that was exactly what they did. And I show that as a political president and CDC as a political institution was fully cognizant of the existence of such laws. So essentially what it meant is that we are in the CDC violated our election laws, and those are all crimes and offenses that be criminally held liable for. So we are from the beginning, I mean, it is only fair to say that he is an illegitimate president sitting and presiding over the presidency of Nigeria. And this is why we can't wait to have it democratically removed so that he will be able to answer questions. I mean, answer questions.
You got 30 seconds.
And misgiving against us. Thank you for the time, Narama, and thanks to you guys for the wonderful work you're doing on the class.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the caller has stayed on the line for almost 10-15 minutes, so let me go to you. The caller, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Thomas Craig, calling from Pennsylvania. I listened to Sheikh. I think he been on a couple of shows, elaborating on we are the partner stuff, But then I found it kind of a little bit questionable, Sheikh continued to say partner, and he says he was involved into a multi-million-dollar business with them. And looking at the scene there, I honestly, for my own investigation, clearly he and George Weah was involved into the whole BM thing, and then it didn't work out well, But you can come up here today because of something happened. He and George Weah went on a BNC, and then it didn't work out, and then he's saying that Russian money. What do you call Russian money? You gotta be.
All right, thank you, sir. 1 minute.
George,
I don't know what I'm saying.
Okay, DJ Lomé, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pia. Let me say hi to the panelists. This is DJ Lomé. Honorable Pia, let me say thank to Sheikh. The only people that will not believe the technical thing is those people that don't know President Weah. I've been close to President Weah and know his peace. Everywhere President Weah went, look, this man is a BM. And that's the reason why he went behind Sheikh to cajole the people, but the people were smart to call Sheikh. And Sheikh never allowed them to give him that money. So you got a problem with Sheikh. Sheikh, as you come into Liberia, God will bless you and you will be blessed. You will come here, the Almighty God will guide you. And Honorable Pia, before I leave quickly, now as I'm talking to you, Jason Sibu is planning a panel tonight. We're in the route agenda, they're planning the President Weah and Jason Sibu is on the panel, they're planning it tonight. Why?
Take the picture and send it to us.
Thank you. I will do it because tomorrow morning when I go, I will take a picture and send it on the cloud video the page. Thank you very much.
All right, DJ Lomé. Oh, he gone. I wanted to ask him, you say the memo can. All right, who's the memo can? When you make a protect him? Or you want to make control, can you go out on your bed and Lumbi?
Dangerous like that. Jovial, I can't forget.
You want to last call and come out of you. Call on the language.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. My name is Aliyu Bereti and I'm calling from Minnesota. But I'm trying to read back what the former caller said about Sheikh. Like they went for a PSP and all that kind of stuff. I don't understand why somebody should co-sign for you for a $3 million prize, something that got you to power, and then you refuse to pay that money. Let him pay this money.
Okay, that all no issue, right?
Yeah, my issue is he should pay this money because Sheikh is a very nice guy and I know him in person.
Yeah, you know what color? What colors can also on the yesterday what they want to say. How you call chef here? You have no idea get your customer here.
Let me do it, man, for no.
Well, cutting off what you doing here. Say, oh, not already. You can't call people names.
I was on the loose color then over there.
Juba, go ahead. Go ahead, Juba.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, good evening.
Yes, live in the program. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Lai Jabi Kumar, and I'm calling you from New Jersey, Estes.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, good evening to the panelists of the class reloaded. Good evening to our brother Sheikh Sako. And I used to know Sheikh from Monrovia. He used to have his office in Bando Street. There are thousands of people that would think that were even more than our president because to see him where he was trying to eat the guy. When they greenlit him up in legacy here, we always think that George Weah had that 18 million. You will have 18 million, your racking hood for all, land speed, all the back of the fence, everything wrapped into the ocean, and you couldn't repair it. I think people need to use their brain. God give us this brain here to put it into good use. Don't let people do remote good for you. Brother Sheikh, what I want to tell you is this: we are reactionary forces. We are already putting our movement together justice for Sheikh. We are putting things together and we get to you to give you the breakdown. You can come. Nothing going to happen to you. We know which background we're speaking from. I thank you very much. Wassalam.
Thank you. you so much. This person is live. Hello. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, you have to turn down your monitor when you actually following the program, please, and listen to the phone.
Yeah. How are you?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 1 minute, please.
Okay. I'm Professor Samuel calling from Picture of the Picture. I want to say thank you to Chef for the deliberation. You know, we all foreign crowd reloaded and they so bad. I mean, the other people that are waiting to have your real removed from office and see Border sitting down. We are listening to every information that he has given to us. But I want to post the information on social media and on Facebook so that we can be able to use the things against this campaign. I beg him.
Thank you.
We'll be willing to receive them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling us from, please?
William Kamara calling from Ghana.
From Ghana's Day, please go ahead, chief.
Yeah, for me, I want to tell the brother, he should be careful. Then he say he coming, other people are telling him to come. The number of person, he was hiking most of the time when he starts, he say nobody can do nothing. The other time they just planting, they walk over him, and today he's there. So when he's coming, he must know what he's depending on. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, chief. You live on the Class B Loaded. What's your name? Where are you calling us from tonight?
Yeah, my name is Sama Kuma. I'm calling you for a question. I say that in my room right now, but I'm here for question. You see, let me speak to Pia. How are you, Pia? You know, when I'm Nigerian people, you don't know George Pia. George Pia is a criminal. Let me tell you, for 2023, God said, let all talk to you, because it's going to go so that we can take Liverpool in power and investigate all the contaminants around the country. Brother, I thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Let me take this last question from my end. Hello. Good evening, chief. You live in the Class B Loaded. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
Thank you so much. My name is Senator Nakantoba, and I'm going to in Ghana City, Grandmaster County.
Please go ahead. You have just 1 minute on the program.
Thank you so much. I have nothing to say, but just to commend you guys for the show. Always listen to the show, and thank you for educating the Nigerians, because you know we don't. There are many Nigerians who minds are not yet open, and at least listening to the show, hearing you guys discussing the development of this country will improve the lives of other people. So thank you so much for having me on your show.
Thank you.
Caller from the UK, go ahead.
Thank you, dear.
Thanks for the panel. Sheikh, thank you very much for coming up. For us, you are welcome to Liberia. We all will be there. And you are security. Akko,
I mean, you in UK and you say you will be there to protect the man. You want Joga and man to work with the man.
By the end of next month, I'm in Liberia or the after the registration.
And you provide security for him?
The main party is from Akko.
Akko is not a party to joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. No, I need to come on board and stay around.
Oh, yeah, check that Akko man.
Yeah, Akko man.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Now I give up. Go ahead, Chief. Okay. All right. Okay. Check, man, you got security. All
right, I got a caller, Stephen. Good evening, caller. You got 1 minute.
The person already on. I'm giving you. No, hold on. Hold on, we got two callers on the line, so you just hold on.
You know, you need to be very careful as you move about. You go to Philadelphia, you showing your places you go eat. My brother, please be very, very careful. And you know, this weekend on Sunday, listen to the sermon President Williams is going to preach about you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Victor.
I'll be in charge of listening.
Empathize for our brother, but also we can't continue to make these rebels, those rebels in Liberia to feel like they can just run us from our country or control us. We are too many good people in our country to allow few rebels to come and take over our country and just control it. And also to the Russians, we all know that the Russians don't take nonsense. Why are they waiting for? Can they come get a settlement for us? You know?
Okay, where you calling from?
From Houston.
You ready to go back to Liberia?
I'm ready.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Call up Michael Harris, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael Harris, Minnesota. Well, I want to say I empathize with the brother, even though the other time I made an input on your show that I was wondering why he formed his decision to leave his business and take the job, and Pierre tried to make some clarity. Anyway, I take that. So I feel his pain. I empathize with him. Sorry that a young man had to go through what he's going through. But I like to go in line with what Noah Isawu Gayson said, even though many of you didn't like that. In fact, I think Noah almost stated that. He checked the National Coastal show that we are his friend. He said we are his brother, not your brother, but big brother. But then I'm wondering what the definition of a brother is. If the man will put you through this thing and he still calling you a brother, for me, low. God forbid. If I will check you, the line between where I will be drawn for life, we want to talk that kid out of gate of heaven, maybe if there are opportunity. This man cannot be a brother. He cannot come to destroy your home, destroy your family, do everything I work for honestly over the year, and then he put you through the call your brother check. Please really consider calling that man a brother. He's not a brother. He doesn't qualify to be a brother to you. Thank you so much.
Michael.
Yes, sir.
You know Chef age?
See that?
You know his age?
I don't know his age.
That's a big grown man who can choose for himself who he want to call friend, brother. And even with all that happening, he said, Joe, like brother, then who are we, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's right to say, but I'm saying if, I don't think she's not qualified to be a brother.
Okay, sir.
I'm just giving my own input.
Okay, sir. Okay. Call up from Texas, go ahead.
How you doing, sir?
Great.
Okay, my advice to our brother, please do not allow people to tell you to come to Liberia, we will protect you. Do not ever attempt to go to Liberia, brother, please, for your own safety. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good advice. Very good advice. I'll tell you call from Norway, all the way to Norway. Call up from Norway, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, but you got to stop listening to yourself. Just pay attention to the phone.
Okay. My name is Foban Kato, and I call from Norway.
Yeah, I know you call from Norway. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sir, the first thing I want to say, thank you for the revelation. All I think about is all of the explanation that you have given. For me, I see so many positive things that I can tap into. That is, you are a smart man, and for me, I want to see that I can get connection with you in terms of your mentality of how you can survive in terms of situation. But for just we are and for what transpires between you people, I think he will pay or he should pay because he knows the people money that he took, they are not Liberian. So I'm very happy for you that Russian
people money, he will pay. He pay, you know what's up.
Money, so he will pay.
Yeah, he pay.
Your mindset is what I want to tap into. So personally, I didn't want to get in connection with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's actually what I call for.
Is you calling from Norway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get your number to check. Don't worry. Patrick, will you go ahead? Stevie, after Patrick, I'll take one more, then we'll close. But the man said, let me tell you the man from Netherlands. The color that Chef bring it on to the moment, not for fun.
For all what it was.
You're just calling for all
what it was. And probably on his camera.
Yeah. When he not on the road, he's stationary. Someone will bring it back.
Yeah. Oh, he off?
No, he's listening. But I'm saying,
come on camera.
Well, so I take the last one and we'll close, and that's a familiar name, familiar voice. Mr. John Mumbo, go ahead, sir. Wait, hold on. Yeah, hold on small. Let me decline the person so your voice can come up because your voice not up. Oh God. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a few points here, points and questions. I do not care about Sheikh spending $70,000 of his own money to buy a vehicle for WIA. But did he do any due diligence before convincing his partners? Did he call people like Winston Tucker, people like Rudolph Johnson, who ran with WIA, to find out the caliber of man WIA is? And did he know that getting money from foreign countries, foreigners, is breaking the election law of Liberia?
Who now? We are all Sheikh. Who you asking who knew whether you were bringing the Lord Sheikh or we are?
Both of them.
Oh, okay.
Even those WIA is not here, he is here. And these people that are calling him to come to Liberia, they will be the same people who will go to WIA to get money to liquidate him. So he should be careful. Thank you.
I really agree with you that he should be careful. I mean, but he's a man. He can do what he wants to do. But Stephen, that ended there. Callers are still coming plenty, but we can't continue.
Yeah. Good. Let me say thanks to all of our callers. Sheikh, you listen to the callers.
We got close, so we got to end it there.
Yeah. Sheikh, you listen to the callers. Just go ahead and summarize the calls, the questions, and then you can do your closing.
Anyway, thank you very much. I listened to a lot of callers. I mean, the one that have shared the empathy for my situation, I want to say thank you. And the one from who not even informed about what has happened, like the guy from PA, I mean, his questions and his comments only categorize him as a fortunate idiot. He's fortunate to be in America, but he just proved to be one of the surrogate of WIA that being a victim of WIA's mental intercourse, wherein he's not even aware of the things that are happening. So I want to say to you, the reasons why I keep saying partner, because I'm still trying to mitigate the situation. I don't want to be calling or attaching a nomenclature that you and I know that today these are very uncompromising people. And I don't want to stress on the point of, Russian. I hate to say it is a threat because they are Russian. We are speaking to the issues and to the fights. That's why I've been very professional to say partners. So maybe if one of our girlfriends had called you and say, that BM, this and that. Then that the people had a company in Liberia called Max Stone. And Max Stone moving millions of dollars in Liberia. You can go and check the records at that EcoBank. So before you pick up a phone and just call in and speaking like if to say you don't know what's going on, I want to say sorry, my brother. Go back to whosoever that gave you that information and tell them that, you gave me the wrong information. And then just to get back to the other callers that spoke about if I'm seeking attention or if I do have evidence. The issue of asking a question about evidence, meaning you did not comprehensively follow the show. That'll be part of the show. We spoke about evidence and we gave places in which most of those things happen. And we are not before the call of law to come and displace evidence here. We have not even reached that level. And he also asked about if I'm seeking attention. My brother, when we wakes up in the morning and still sees the car that I bought for him that he drives, is an attention. If we sees the presidency that he enjoys today and he looks around and there were men that contributed to everything, is an attention. If we receives every information or all of the attempts to allow me to negative things here so as to destroy evidence is an intention. So there's no other attention that may come up with here from President Weah. If Weah is stay cocooning his selflessness at this moment, going for re-election, and but still fighting to align me to problems and intention. And then you talk about reconciliation. My brother, I don't approach restitution with anger, with hate. Liberia needs reconciliation. We need to reconcile our country. If we're talking about the issue of reconciling Liberia for people that were killed, for gruesome atrocity, then what's about the collection of debts? I don't go into issue of debts with anger or hate. That is to also speak to my brother Zao Gibson, who said I can call we are my friend. I mean, I'm a kind of person, I believe in God. I believe in the Quran. I believe in the Almighty Allah. Allah said when you keep hate in your heart, you block the way for goodness. It is better to clear your heart always of hate or speak the truth. Never speak what you can speak before your own brother, because it will be like you are eating his flesh. I will never be afraid to speak out to a friend and tell you what I have to tell you. Then going at your back and speak on issues that I can speak to you, that I can say before you. So Zawu, we continue to call we are a friend and a brother. There were so many reasons, I mean, that actually I did not look at. So we are is also another brother of mine in which we all obtain the master passport. We travel in a foreign country. We work and receive master wages that are enabling us to support our family and ourselves and contributing to the distressed worthy brother, their widows and orphans. And people who know who are upright men, they will tell you exactly what I have said. And with those words between you and a brother, you go extra mile to extend your cable toe to that brother, which of course I did. And that brother has a responsibility not to stab me at the back. If he did, he will know that he has a greater responsibility to get back and fix it. So the other caller said why I was silent since then. This proves how friendly we were and how I cherish friendship. I don't just wake up and speak. I give my friend the time to reflect and think. And that time I gave Weah was so long. And as election approaches, Weah knows that he's obligated to people who will speak one day. He then accelerated his attack in allowing me, knowing that the elections are coming, to crimes here in America to get me deported because he wanted to destroy evidence. Weah is aware of the ramifications that awaits him this election period or when he's out as a president if the Liberian people decide. So it is not a question of when, why now. It is the question of Weah, if you are obligated to this man, I think he has given you sufficient time. And you are going to re-election. Sit, you control all the millions around you. There's a saying we play in football. Left footer are playing number 3, you don't do nothing. And number 2 are put you do something. Then we are, who knows? There's 2023. If he's not re-elected, how do I get the money? We'll have to go into another fight or into another thing. If he's elected, who knows whether the money will be paid after 5 years, 4 to 5 years. He has never ever thought that he has put a brother into a mess. So I don't think the question of why now and why then should be the question. Then I want to speak up to one of the callers who said, did I go to ask about Weah? Like I said, you should have followed the show. I told you when I became public with Weah, there were a lot of people that came out to me. But I'm not a political person. The fight I did not look at the fight that I'm even looking for political interest. If I was looking for political interest like all of you, or you calling or Mr. Winston Totwell, that would have been a different issue. For me, I was with President Weah to make sure he become a president, just provide plain level PP for me to do my business. I didn't need anything from him. So why would I be aligning other people's plan with, affiliating with President Weah? All I wanted is for he, as a brother and a friend, and provide the basic necessity to make Liberia peaceful. So I wouldn't have gone extra mile asking about Weah, whether he's a good man, not a good man or not. But people spoke to us. But we decided to have our own experience. We had our own experience, and at the end of the day, This is why it is. But I always say on this platform, just to close up, I mean, we have an obligation. I went with him, and I went to him with love, commitment, and dedication. I reached out to several people in government. Major Jefferson Koji played a very important role in this work. Reached out to the defense minister, Danas Yanga. He had reached out to me before, previously, immediately the government got in power. He said, "Check this 6 months. I haven't seen you around." I did not worry about speaking or what happened. I told you, I said, as a minister, I tried to work a few things around. But I spoke to him some part of last year when things were getting really bad. So those are all evidence. I will not just come up here and call names to say, oh, this person, that person, this other person. But I want to say to the president, I want you to wake up in the morning and know that I'm a father of 7 kids. 7 kids. You've destroyed my businesses, destroyed my family, destroyed my life. But I got hope because I got life. I'm not like the others. They don't have life. They don't have hope. You made my case. They're all being disintegrated. Some live in different places. You made them what they've been accustomed to from birth. They no more can get it. I want you to be cognizant of the fight that you also affected thousands of Liberians that came out. We don't believe in handout. We believe in empowerment. They can't get it no more. We will speak to them. But remember, Allah says, I answered the prayer of 3 people. The mother of a child, a man who is fasting, and a man who has been oppressed. And remember, I have been oppressed. Against my own will, I came to help you. You still have the time. I didn't come to beg you. I didn't come to beg you. I came to speak to your consciousness based on the fact that you said Liberians will not be spectators in the economy. When you came, you met Liberians, they were not even spectators, they were mass commissioners. And they helped you. When you said you threw them on the fence, I didn't come for attention. I came to speak to the fight. I came to the United States. I'm trying to rebuild my life. Stop chasing me. I'm coming to Liberia. You don't have to write negative things that won't work. You don't have to infiltrate places. I'm a trained man. Maybe you know. And you know that. You can't get me through those means. If you feel that we paying this money is through violence, it's a way out. You don't have to worry yourself. I've had other people calling, don't go to Liberia, don't go to Liberia. These are the days of Charles Taylor. In how much Taylor was elected democratically. But we do know that he came up with a revolution that was inculcated by men who committed atrocity. Yeah, President, we are in a man of peace. I keep emphasizing on the fact that you, the best person to maintain the peace in Liberia. We will not be deterred. I know it is the concern of a lot of people. Well, I'm not a coward. I will go to Liberia. You don't have to go write notes, go through people, write other things. But just sit in your bed. Do not involve your kids into this issue. Like you had my brother, Chambuya, sending me a message of warning. But I spoke to him nicely through my response. You know what, President Weah? I've never extended any aggression to your children, despite all of what you put me through. This is 5 years, going to 6 years of your presidency. Despite everything you did to me, your son and I, we've been talking. I've gathered him. I've given him advice. Cham, do not get into any transaction that is not clean. Do not take money from any investors that you can provide. We got to provide the opportunities for them. I've gathered him. If I was a bad person trying to extend the aggression in what you put me through, I would have pushed Cham into something that would have created a problem for you. Don't involve them. In as much as you involve my kids, because you are a father, and you should know that Not just me, you put into everything. You put my children, my family into it. But I want to close with this. President Weah. Citizens are there, they know. Liberians are there, they know. It will not stop you from being nice. It will not stop you from being nice. But you, the only person that can maintain the peace in that country. Elections are coming. And I want to also close this to the members of the security apparatus where I worked. We do know a lot of you have exhibited your security network based on party policy or party affiliation. But this time around, it is the time you get in your jacket to perform your duties as per your TORs. Forget about party. Because the security apparatus responsibility to maintain the peace. How do you maintain it? If you are engulfed into that party policy or party exuberance as a security personnel, you will err. Instead of you resolving issues amicably, you will err. And there are issues we will not speak about in terms of our strength. You know, and I know when it comes to that. I want to say thank you to all of you guys who always go on the other platform they provided and we speak out to the Liberian people. You know, yeah. I want to say thank you to all of you. Be available another time for us to discuss other issues. But anything here we speak, we got evidence to them. And those evidence will be provided at an appropriate time if needed. Thank you, gentlemen.
The voice of Sheikh Ibrahim K. Sakor there on the line for joining us. Sheikh, thank you so much for joining us. I will speak with you after the show. We'll talk more, and you're invited here whenever you want to come. I think it's been a very interesting show. I think the attendance alone speaks to the fact that the information you provided here were information that the Liberian people actually need, and that they empathy with you. You know, your story. Reading the comments and people being in empathy with you. I think we wish you the best. We are here for you. Anytime you want to come on this show to speak out, to speak to your people, to speak to Liberians, we'll always avail the platform for you. Thank you for joining us, Sheikh, and we'll keep in touch. Have a wonderful rest of the evening, my brother.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Alindo, you gotta get ready, my man. I'm coming. We gotta get some jerk chicken.
Absolutely. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll connect when y'all get a jerk chicken. I'll connect with y'all.
I mean, you will be able to tell the people how to tag here, but we decided to keep it off the public, all because we were something. You can also display that photo. I was in hospital and nobody even know about that.
Oh wow!
No, Sheikh, that private photo, that keep that one off the radar.
Exactly.
But you're a strong man, and I wish you all the best, my brother.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right,
guys. You heard from the house's mother. They say you hear Sheikh talk about his ordeal with Josh Weah, how they met, the history and everything, and how he was duped, and to this date he lost his business, his family, and it's too much. And his story is a story that is consistent with many stories of people that have had interactions with Weah. You heard on this very show, George Solo talk about how Weah and others, Weah did similar things to him. You heard from Borchas. Senator Sobey, you listened to him right here. You've heard stories from people like Karika, who were close to Weah. You heard people from there's a guy, he was on social media the last time. I'm just forgetting his name. Macalord. People like Macalord. These were people who were in Weah's inner cycle. People that I've talked about them. They were chairman of the CDC. There were people who were in Weah inner cycle, and Weah is the common denominator in all of these things. So he cannot be innocent. He's the common denominator. Everybody, Prince Johnson talked about it the other day, how Weah caught a speech from him for the last 3-4 years. And this is consistent. You saw we have refused to shake Jeremiah Kuhn's hand only because Kuhn expressed his desire to run for office. This narcissistic behavior by a man who should be the leader of the country speaks to the fact that we are not a leader. We are not a leader. And something Bob Charles said that we should all pay attention to. And Charles Taylor was right. When Charles Taylor said that we are wanted to be president, many Liberians thought Taylor was on his usual shenanigans. But Bob Charles said something very interesting. He said, in 1997, en route to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, we had told him that he wanted to be president. This is 1997. This is 1997. Fast forward. Who even know that Lone Star did not go World Cup? And there were stories how Lone Star did not go World Cup because we had wanted to undermine the Taylor's administration. Some of us doubted it at the time because we were fanatics of George Weah. But as time unfolds, we begin to see the connect between what many Liberians said those days and what is unfolding before our eyes. That this man, dubbed as a peace ambassador, has been in the mix of most of the atrocities that we've witnessed in Liberia. He has compromised all of the cases. The Gifted Lama case. Even just the other day, the 70,000 case with the ANC. I was in church talking how they want to lie on the labor. They finish eating the money. Obviously, the police were already finished concluding. If the president can say that, you can't come out with any findings that will contradict what the president is saying. And that's why they were forced to lie that the people in the car died as a result of carbon monoxide. Because the president had already intimated publicly in his church that they were in car, they were lovers, and that they died because of carbon monoxide poisoning. Prince Johnson said it. Even though one of the interesting things in the Prince Johnson interview at the time was Prince Johnson knew all the motel from that spot. He knew all the available motels, and I found that very interesting for a minute ago. He said they go across to the other motel, to the other street, or the other motel to the other street, or the other motel. I'm like, here's a guy who has the geography of motels within 5-mile radius of where those people die. I found that very interesting. But this is the situation we're confronted with. This is the Liberia we face. But we have a chance to correct all of these. We have a chance. In 8 months, we have a decision to make. And that decision will determine whether we want to move forward as a nation or continue to retrogress. And hear stories like these of family hurting, people losing their investment. We are high 85 million. I beg to differ. 85 million of monopoly money. You could trace we have wealth. It's not like he was doing anything else. He was playing soccer. It's one of Weah's bigger contract was with AC Milan. At the time, it was worth $5 million for 5 years. That was Weah's biggest contract that we follow. Maybe except when they went to play in the UAE, they got some extra change. But his biggest contract in Europe was AC Milan. A man who is worth 85 million, can I afford to buy a car? Can I afford to paint his house? We'll build a matching box. We all see how Weah wanted to live. But because he didn't have enough money, he couldn't live that exotic life that the presidency has afforded him to fly private jets, to build condominiums, to build the real home he wanted to build on 9th Street. He didn't want to build that first home. That day he was struggling. But we saw by the time you got exposed to public wealth, you ran straight, build your condominium, broke your 9th Street dilapidated residence down and build a new one. Refurbish your rehab residence. Build your condominium. Started flying private jet, drinking exotic liquor. Rehabilitated a so-called Jamaica resort. Those are the life you wanted to live when you play soccer, but you could not afford. So you're riding now on the backs of poor people. You claim to be somebody who comes from the slum. The last 30, 35 years, you don't know what it is to live in the slum. You've lived in opulence. The people voted you. CDC printed their own t-shirts. Some of them wrote CDC on their bare skin to vote for you. But all you have to do for them is to focus only on you, yourself, and I. But payday is coming. We all shall see what will happen. Guys, I'd like to say thank to you all for a wonderful show. The order has been published of the closing, so just follow the order. I think everybody's seen it. I think Tupor is the first, if he's there. And we'll go by the order. Thanks.
Yeah, so I just want to have the appreciation to the team. The weekend's edition was actually good, and I'm actually grateful being part of the team. And so thank you all so much, and happy weekend to all of us.
Thank you, Tupor. Jerry.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful show. I hope that guy did not go beyond Georgia girlfriend, though, because according to bulk of the seditions, these are things that Georgia don't forgive people for easily. But I mean, real empathy with him, and I wish him well as he go about the process. But I would like to close with this important thing that was raised by Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence and Steve Amadou Zygo about why we are crying for security. Communities, people don't have community police. There's nobody. You take security officer and send them to concession areas. You go to places that River G, other places, maybe you get one officer, two officers, and what of that. We giving them taxpayer money. You taking security people, you send them to concession area. What's about private security? The money that should have gone to maybe private security, Patrick Sulu and other people are now taking it. What are they not, thinking a little bit to be patriotic, to be nationalistic? These are the things that undermining the real national security. These are the real national security threats. Because if people do not have security, they don't have responses to police. They don't have response. If people call, you say, oh, you got a bad gas before I come, and police are scared, they are not even enough. But you get them on a Firestone, you get them to lag, you get them other places. These are things that bring about mob violence. What are they not thinking? We are going to elections. All you do is to certify we have to protect people, how to, tell opposition leaders, go after young people, brutalize peaceful citizens. Every night and day you enter the various community because when armed robbers are attacking people, they call. Maybe they don't have enough police officers, but you have them all under the concession area because you gave them $50 and then the rest of the money goes to the administration. I think it's unfortunate. These are basic things because it is their responsibility, even though the president said people should buy CCTV and carry to their houses. And we do not have electricity to even, because CCTV even operated by network and all of that. I don't know who told him that. So taking security officers to assign them to concession area while the citizens who gave you the mandate are suffering, they do not have access to security in the community. Ellen Johnson said it time, there were very strong responsive mechanisms in place. The police were even operating with community policing, where you have a lot of people in the community. The connection were always there. Yeah, people ritualistic killing were going on. Yeah, but it was very important. So I thought that I should close with that. What Senator Kanga said and Steve Zago is very important. I think it's about time Patrick should start to think about this thing and stop calling peaceful citizens, national security threats. I wish you guys a wonderful weekend. It was a very good time. Sorry for some of the technical glitches that we have, but I think I'll solve it finally. It will not happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Darlington.
Well, thank you, Stephen. I listened to Sheik's account, and it's very sad. It's very sad that Sheikh had offered, President Weah bread, and Mr. Weah has offered him rock. He'd offered this president fish, and in return, Weah has put in rats on his table for dinner. But Mr. Weah is fairly a young man, and sometimes I get, scared for him. That the way he goes about treating his friends, especially people who contribute one way or other to his success, he treat them like trash, use them, dump them. I pity what kind of we had, probably at age 60, age 62, what kind of Mr. Weah would that be? Because it's very pathetic to see people who struggle with you through the trenches, and you teach them like nothing happening, and you go about your normal business. You got to be a different kind of human being. So lastly, the Liberian Senate conducted a hearing. A specific question was asked to the incoming or the nominee as Solicitor General about, do you think it is wrong for the president to stop speaking to issues that are before the criminal justice system, whether it is at the police level or it's at the court level? Do you think the Minister of Justice should be reminding the president that when issues are in court, Mr. President, you should stop sharing opinion? Because if the president starts sharing his own opinion or his own personal reflection on issues of pertinent security investigation, what it does, it jeopardizes the investigation from proceeding further. Stephen, you said it right. Especially where the president auditor, while they were investigating, the president said, in the midst of the Mooney family, he said they pull out, they go to boyfriend and girlfriend issue. The 70K issue. And I'm not fairly accusing, the driver of, Brother Martin Kula or whatever. But this driver too, the president said, they won't lie on the label. So how, the system of justice we have is adversary. Fact-finding to find out the truth, to dig out the truth. How do we then find out the truth when the president who is conducting business as an empire, he issues statements almost on everything? The president is not even, he comes with no legal understanding, but he speaks to legal issues. He comes with no economic issues, but he has opinion on almost everything. And people in George Weah cycle who, are privileged to be very close to him, they says every time a topic, it comes out about anything, any subject, Weah has an opinion. So Mr. President needs to understand that this is a country of law. When issues go before the court, allow those issues to be adjudicated because it is very unprecedented. Say whatever you may of Mr. Salih, but we can barely count how many times when issues were before the court that Madam Salih had issued her own personal opinion on that. We can barely count on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's Larama.
Yes, I'll mute. Sorry. So, so we all listen to Sheikh. I think his ideal is one of the many stories that we've heard about Weah. This is a president that, at best, is self-seeking. He's mean absorbed. He's self-centered. At worst, he's vindictive. He's ungrateful. And he demonstrates all of the characteristics of someone who doesn't look back, who doesn't appreciate the good old days, good memories that he shared with friends. If the president was entrapped with one account of people saying this kind of story, then we tend to question where it's coming from. But you have multiple people. From just the other day, as Stephen mentioned, Jonathan Boljason will have his own account. Now today we have Sheikh. There are many different accounts. We've had story of George Solo and many other people. So this is inherent of this man. And the fight that we have as president in the last 6 years, it clearly demonstrates on the national scene. See how he's treated his own partisan, his own party, for people that sweat, blood and sweat, 12 years, sitting on rain, going on hunger strike, throwing casting. There are a great many citizens that have not enjoyed the fruit of a Weah presidency that they wish for. And even those that peace to the archers that die in the struggle, people like James Gray and others, they are not happy where they are because this is not the revolution that they fought for. So we hope that the Liberian people are continuously listening, are meticulous in their pursuit to ensure that 2023 becomes the last bus stop for Mr. Weah and a corps of officers that have looted the state and our resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Lama. Pastor Mo, Daniel, then Pierre.
Well, it's been a great show tonight, and I want to say thank you to the guests. And as you plan to go back to Liberia, I pray that God will protect you. And I know that, Sheikh, you are a courageous young man. You will go back to Liberia. You will go there. But from what was said tonight, it make some of us to understand that it's not everyone that come to the presidency, they come with their own cash. They take money from people and they are sent into the presidency and they don't deliver. And we need to be mindful of people who we claim they are millionaires, they come in with money and they're spending it because they want to be president. And we're going to elect them. But one thing I want to say here tonight to every one of us, all of the political parties, even around the world, the political parties are not rich. It is the members of the political party that pay their due and pay the money to empower the political parties or financially. So if you all will follow a political party where an individual will take the responsibility to do everything, be watchful. Be very watchful. And I just want to say I'm not disappointed in Mr. Weah. We spoke these things 2016 and 2017. People didn't listen. And the fact of the matter is that the Liberian people never knew George Weah. Because you see him play soccer, you think you know him, you don't know him. It is time for us to look at people by their track records. Let us look at their track records that have served in Liberia and let's go to elect them. Let us look at their track record. Don't look at their account. It may be on paper, it may not be in the bank. And I say JMB is the choice. When it comes to the senatorial elections in Monserrato, I say vote Henry Costa. Vote Henry Costa. When it comes to the election in District 10, I say vote Honorable Yeke. Vote Honorable Yeke. When it comes to District 6, vote our man. You know his name, Mo Ali. And
Patrick Hanna, District 6.
Oh,
Mo is
Patrick-
District 5, yeah.
Oh, District 5. Yeah, vote Mo Ali in District 5. And as we come on, as we get those names, our man Larima is also running for a representative post. Which one is that?
District 12, oh, man. But I would join Stevie on the bench.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So we'll come out and we'll call those candidates that are vying for those positions, even for senatorial posts. Let us know. It's not only we are that we need to get out. Those people that are just occupying seats and are not doing
30
their
seconds,
job.
Pastor.
It's time to get them out. Thank you very much. You all enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Pastor. Daniel.
Thank you, Steven. And let me say thanks to the guys for all of the meaningful contribution. I think today's show was, as always, another brilliant presentation. And in keeping with our obligation here, we promise to make the show better by the day. And I can now see that the public is getting to appreciate that commitment because the viewership of the Class Reloaded is growing. As I discussed with you today, Stephen, there are efforts being made by Senator Nyombi Kanga Lawrence, the political leader, to expand the coverage of the Class Reloaded in Bassa. She has instructed me to reach out to Radio LAC and Radio We. So by next week, I will conclude on those arrangements. So the Class Reloaded now is going to be aired across Grand Bassa County on 3 radio stations. So yes, our viewership is being expanded so that we can reach as many persons as possible to take the message of positive change to them, to their doorstep. But basically, listening to Sheikh or deal with Mr. Weah, I think it was very heart-wrenching to see somebody who came to you open-minded, with open hands, to assist you in getting you to the presidency, and the way Mr. Weah has paid him back. When they speak of the kind of person that George Weah is, Sheikh is not the first person to fall victim of Weah deception. There are scores of other people that will sit there to name. The show wouldn't come to an end. There are people who labor with we are from the slum community today. There are some of his worst enemies around here. And I tell you what, many persons don't say this frequently, but I would say it. The relationship that existed between the late Ada Lawrence and George Weah was unmatched, to the extent that George Weah was living in Banjo. On numerous occasions, George Weah would leave Banjo to come to work at Capitol Building in the morning when he was elected senator in 2014. For Weah to have turned his back on Ada Lawrence when he became president and declared Ada Lawrence his #1 enemy, I mean, it was just the beginning. It was just the tips of the iceberg. Today, there are numerous people who work with Weah. They have come up, they have said things about him, the way how he turned them into enemies for no reason. Everybody say the same thing. If you play with George Weah money, you play with a woman Bentley, you become enemy for life. But that's not the point. I think what we're all looking at here is the quality of leadership that George Weah brings to the presidency of this country. I've always argued that this country lacks leadership, and that's why we have failed over time to address some of the historical challenges that we face as a country. You cannot have a president who is so petty, who caught a speech from people who helped him yesterday. People have to disagree with you, no matter how powerful you are. Even God, who made the heaven and earth, there are some people who doubt his existence. Why he doesn't extinguish them? I mean, right on the moment. Okay, you have to be tolerant. But tolerance is one quality that doesn't, I mean, it's not found in George Weah at all. And so it's very much unfortunate. At this point, what this revelation does for many Liberians in this country as large is that it tells all the kind of person we have in the executive mansion, and the reason why we should not allow George Weah to live in the executive mansion one day after January 2023. Okay, 2024. There's a reason now why we have to go out there, reach as many persons who are undecided, who are less interested in the election, to convince them why we need to galvanize support for Ambassador Boakai to replace George Weah in 2023. So I can't help but to keep on the commitment that we've made to this platform, to continue to spread the message, because that's the way we can be able to change our country. That's the way we can be able to convince more people who are undecided, who are less interested because many persons are frustrated with the status quo in this country. They say government after government, people do the same thing over and over. Because somebody will argue that if you have told me 5 years ago that George Weah will have become the kind of person he is today after becoming president, I wouldn't have believed it. Because the general perception of George Weah is that this man comes from the slum community. He ascended to the executive mansion will bring about transformation. Unfortunately, West Point is still threatened by sea erosion 5 years after George Weah presidency. The quality of education at the University of Liberia has not improved. The enrollment in high schools and primary schools across the country have not improved. But George Weah is president. So there are structural contradictions that we need to address by removing George Weah from the presidency. So I'd like to say thank you to our viewers. And Stephen, thank you for the good job you continue to do to keep on the platform. And we look forward to being here again on Monday for another interactive conversation. Thank you.
The voice of Daniel Sano. Pia, take us home.
Well, I want to thank Sheikh for agreeing to share his story here. I saw some of the folks commenting, oh, this is JMB platform. Why are you bringing Sheikh? Why is it to benefit us, this, that? JMB wants to defeat Weah. There are people who know Weah better than all of us. If the evil things they do about Weah just remain on their chest and in their stomach, how does that help the opposition? So for as many people who know what Weah deeds are, who are interested in having their stories told, it is just but the most appropriate thing for the class to do. And I'm glad that we took that bold step in having Sheikh to tell his story. There's a lot that all of us now are aware of, not just from Sheikh, but all of the different stories about who the man we got as president is. I always go back to Bronsky's statement every time I think about all the things that we are involved with. He said, evil pregnancy somewhere there. Liberia is pregnant. An evil pregnancy. We have to abort that pregnancy. What that meant is that we did not have to elect Mr. Weah as president. That was the way of aborting the pregnancy he was talking about. We didn't listen. Weah is there. Auditors are dying. Even people who made him are on the run. You can check them, the plenty. Alex Coffey, that person, check them, just one in a million. And the country is in deep trouble. The last show on Wednesday, I had a dim spirit. And I was concerned that Liberia is in trouble. That is a kind of elevated today. The country is in trouble. Serious trouble. And I said I was going to close with the police director situation. That would back. But let me just say before that, the opposition got to keep their eyes open. There are people in the opposition who are supposed to be members of the opposition as they claim, but they are agents of the government. While I know of no formal talks or understanding or agreement between Bouaka and Cummings, but if you see news about a possible Bouaka and Cummings working together coming out, and you see certain persons who call themselves opposition gone haywire on social media, and that doesn't tell you where the people stand, and you still see their opposition, something got to be wrong with you. I'm not calling names yet, but just check on Facebook. See the folks who've been jittery. See the folks who've been making all kinds of derogatory statements on account of where Bouaka and Cummings could come together. If you don't think that other people are on mission for the government, just sit down there and continue to see them as opposition. Continue to see. I have drawn the line ever since with most of those people. I know what they own. Somebody can be owing the government of Liberia 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, and they will say they're working with your opposition, you believe it? You got to have some problem here. If you're not smart enough to know that one who is indebted to the government 3, 4, 5 million cannot be an opposition. But the Patrice Sulu issue, like the guy said initially, I blame the Senate. The Senate is so freaking weak. And if something is going wrong with somebody who they think they don't support, in this case, a Dillon, then the thing is okay. But you forget to know that an attack or disrespect on Dillon is an attack or disrespect on the Senate as an institution. We've been around. We've been around. We saw some part of Toba. We saw Doe. We saw Taylor. We saw Ellen. That crazy thing that Patrice Sulu did in that Senate chamber never ever could happen on any of those people I named. Not even by dream. That any human being will enter the chamber of that. And this guy was so uncontrollable, arguing with everybody. The justice minister sitting down there. Senator themselves sitting down there, nobody can even talk. Steve Zago, who was presiding, giving this guy all the leverage to talk nonsense and be disrespectful. It took a Zoe Penner, who has been no perfect representation anywhere in the Senate, to say, I want to call this man to order. It was Zoe who said, you cannot come here and just argue with people and talk to people anyhow. This guy was so rude. He was rude, unprofessional, unethical, silly, stupid. And he running all over the place, and the justice minister saying that Benny Herda. This fool was stressing that Dillon is a national security risk. Patrick, you stupid. The Americans help us and inform us that Nathaniel McGill was putting all the ex-rebels together for the purpose of harming other people. You don't see it as a national security risk. You have a group of domestic terrorists who attack Sisulu. They're working with impunity. They are not national security threat. You have General Power, notoriously known for his role with the AFL and law forces. A notorious killer. You got gun in your hand. DJ Lomé called the other day that he was leading a squad all the way in that car with Berwin, all armed with automatic rifle. That's not national security threat. Ofori Dia, the prolific killer, sitting at the NSA, giving the chance to carry a gun. It's not national security threat. Sabato Dennis, linked to almost every killing in the country, accused of being involved with almost every killing in the country. You just mentioned here today about Shea. That's not national security threat. But a senator popularly elected twice by the people of Monserrato, a man of civilian character, doing the people's job, you call your national security threat. You gotta be silly and stupid to reach those kinds of conclusions. And this Sulu men sat down and said they would defend. I've never heard any police inspector general, police director anywhere in the world talk like that. We defend this country with our blood and sweat. Is there an external attack coming?
Yeah, against who? Against who?
So you coming to fight all or Guinea? Or Ivory Coast bringing war? Who's bringing war that you will defend with your blood and sweat? And in fact, if somebody was bringing war, why does it that you? What we got the National Army for? When you take that reckless way of talking, you capping from Jefferson Koji's lip. You defend the country with your blood and sweat. And when Dillon said that was a partisan statement, can't see that boy shouting all in the chamber of the Senate over Dillon. You are a national security threat. We who put it there, we the one who determine when to move it. Until we remove it, you are a national security threat. And you can't come here and be. This guy was talking to the senators and you're talking to your kids. Wanted to come in the end, pretending that he was apologizing. I'm very sorry, blah, 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 blah. The fact that the Senate did not muster the courage to hold that man in contempt and send him to jail for at least 1 week tells me that they are very freaking weak. And that weakness will not gather any respect for them. President Weah himself will not respect them. The Liberian people will not respect them. Government of future will not respect them. In the end, the useless, toothless bulldogs sitting there. All I want to say to the Liberian people on that account is the 15 senators that are going for election, check them good. All those people who've been sitting in our place just accepting everything and aiding and abetting, we are in all his evil deeds. Afraid, can't even shake government of future come and disrespecting them. You have October to kick them out. If you bring them back, don't complain. Because then that's what you want. Kick them out. They got no balls. In the words of Dillon months back, they are spineless. Represents zero. Thank you, Stephen.
The voice of Pia, Geraldine Matthew Pia. Thank you, Pia. We would like to say thanks to all of our listeners. We had Sheikh Sako as our guest today. I'd like to say a big thanks to our panelists, Daniel, Sando, Pastor Mo, Chupo, Darlington, and of course, Larma Yonton, who had left not too long ago. I'd like to say thanks to all of our classmates, our students who shared the show. We'd like to say we love you all. Thanks for being there, for everything you do. Thanks for keeping us here and bringing to you the information as they unfold. I'd like to say thanks to our radio station, that's Bourgeois Radio FM 98.1 in Monserrato, Premium FM 98.1 in Bangabon County, Radio Tupa FM 89.1 in Grand Bassa, Voice of Lofa FM 99.3 in Vonjaman Lofa County, Radio Joy Africa FM 97.5 in Margibi, and of course, Voice of Compa FM 106.5 in Compa City, Nimba County. This has been a very interesting conversation. We'd like to say thanks to all of you who join us. It's the weekend, it's Friday. I would like to wish you all a wonderful, 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 wonderful weekend. We'll be back your way on Monday with another fascinating edition of the program, The Class Reloaded. From my end, your host, Steven Johnson, is so long. Have a good day, and God bless you all, and have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye.
Somebody was asking, but you post something. I wonder you saw it.
I'm sure he did. I sent him a message.
Oh, okay. Don't lose your opportunity to begin your eyes. Gotta see smart. When you see something, hang on it. Don't make big.
You gotta have a cat.
I gotta be shiny a day. Anything they caught you want me on it, you have to take a break.
Oh, we'll be happy to be writing down names. Don't worry, we'll help you to write names down.
Let me see you. Yeah.
Okay, Daniel. All right, guys. Thanks, man. You have a good evening.
My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber. Stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know y'all sleeping now. Y'all gotta whip us some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people who are so, the people lie to us, the government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, I said we tired with their lies, we tired with their promises that led us to a lot of damages. We tired with their speech they preach indeed, and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
There is a game, and everybody's supposed to play, but everybody against one man, and that woman is homeless. A moment, yes, because he's a super player. I know. Because he's a brilliant player. That's right. All the opposition starting defense, double defense, triple defense. Hey, but remember, God is not the time on us defensive. He's warming up. Babel is warming up. Yeah, he's jogging, and the crowd is cheering. Wow, look what I have. But one thing I want to tell you, Babel, it's chocolate defense. Babel, chocolate defense. How are you? You getting got a bit. You getting got a bit. You getting got a bit. Waka chocolate defense. You getting got a bit. You getting got a bit. You getting got a bit. Waka chocolate defense. The game is on, and everybody's watching the game. The game is very hot, people been entertained. The ball comes to Joseph Wakayama. The home balance, he praised the ball. Move it. As he takes opposition attack the Baba. The home is very skillful. He get in, gotta put in the key, gotta. As he ain't confused, don't know where to go. They didn't even see the ball. They hit moving, long behind, opposition behind. The Baba moving, and he bought with 4 defenders, and he beat the defenders. 7 defenders, and he beat the defenders. And he kicks, and it's a goal. Hey, Chakra their defense. They put on a defense. Double defense, triple defense. Money for parents are skillful player. Hey, get it, gotta be. Waka Chakra their defense. Get it, gotta be. Waka Chakra their defense. Great people of Liberia, I want to introduce somebody to you. A man of impeccable character. He's a reconciler, developmental oriented, man of integrity, principle, knowledge and experience. Join him, let's move this country forward. Hey, please be Joseph Waka. Hey, yeah. The president Joseph Waka. That Joseph Waka. The president Joseph Waka. Let us join them in Waka, and together we can change Liberia. Love Liberia, and we all can build Liberia. Get it, gotta be. Waka Chakra their defense. Get it, gotta be. Waka Chakra their defense. Get it, gotta be. Waka Chakra their defense. Get it, gotta be.
What you? Hey. Yo, that the papa we want. Why not come in, people? Pape, yo, that the papa we want. Why not come in, people? Pape, we just let's take killing bad governance to stop it that we for Waka. Yo, that we vote for Omen Waka. What you? Yaka, 16 billion lost to the 5 million lost. Over change the social criminals. The $5, not $20, the contract in Wahala. Tell you that the papa we want. Why not come in, people? Pape, tell you that the papa we want. Why not come in, people? Pape, my bad people, my many people, my better people, let them pay out. My Mandingo people, my grand people, my damn people, let them pay out. My group people, my funny people, my backup people, let them pay out. My dead people, my Gola people, my Loma people, let them pay out. That's what my own son. My Goba people, Mana people, Bella people, getting too hard. Now we're getting my Gizi people now. But you don't grab Toba. Mama, I see you. Chairman Duke, Mo Ali,
Alright, Watera Yue, Mr. Shenkin Yoton, MP Costa, Mr. Stevie Johnson, Senator Delon, Mara Yomli Kanga Lawrence, Mata COP, Adable.
It's Virgie. Everybody, hands up. Shadow in the air. Come on now. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
The papel is coming up. The papel is coming like a tsunami. I see him coming up. Oh, I see him coming up. The papel is coming like a hurricane. I see him coming up. Everybody shouting and screaming.
Hey! Let me see you shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it. Hey! Yeah, we're moving for Boyame. Yeah, we're moving for Boyame. For every part of the country, we're moving for Boyame. Yeah. But we love you, power. Yeah. We love you, power. Everybody loves you, power. Hey, you say you can rock it. Hey, you say you can shake it. Hey, you say you can rock it. Hey, look at you, something beautiful, you can rock it. Rock it up, rock it. Shake it up, rock it. Shake it up, rock it. Rock it, 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 rock it. The papel is coming, everybody shake it. The papel is coming up. The papel is coming like a tsunami. I see him coming up. Oh, I see him coming up. The papel is coming like a hurricane. I see him coming up. Everybody shouting the scream. Victory is certain and when things are going here. All my people getting to celebrate. They want to celebrate our victory. And it's only by ignorance or run challenges and anything to a battle. The pain is coming up. The pain is coming at the hub of vision. You see, I didn't want you, my people. Because if you stand on the best way, hurricane will carry you, the tsunami will carry you, and tornado will wipe you away. Give way, give way, give way, give way. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, well wishers, sympathizers and collaborators of the Unity Party. Here we are. It's time to put on your victory jacket. Hey. And let us march everywhere in this country. Come on. And move along with the momentum. I'll tell you. No shaking like this, ladies and gentlemen. Hey.
Left, 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 right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Hey. The process has begun.
The people keep on crying. It's not fair. And we go